Ooh, what's happening, guys? Welcome to another edition of PWT Live Show. Yeah. How's it going, guys? I am your host, Phil Marks, and sorry I'm coming at you a little late. I had some folk pop by just out of nowhere, and then we decided to cook a little food, make some burgers and stuff. So we're running a little behind, but I just thank you all. There's already 12 of you in here, so I just appreciate you all for joining me tonight. On the docket, we have AEW Collision, which is on right now. I believe they're in, I want to say Quebec City, Canada. Yeah. And at the same time, there's UFC on. A bunch of flipping knockouts, dude, went down. A couple decisions, a bunch of knockouts. But then you have like the main card ain't even started yet. So you guys can tell me. I'm like an hour or two. I think, I'm like almost 2 hours behind. So on Collision. So Edge is here. He's about to do a Cope Open, which is Tony Khan's been doing a lot of that as he's been tweeting out. And and of course we got some headlines. I think we have a Dave Meltzer dummy moment, of course. How could I do a show without one? If not, we'll sniff one out and find one. Guys, at Pro Wrestle Times, everywhere there is social media. At Pro Wrestle Times is the long form YouTube channel with the live show replays go there. The PWT podcast goes up there. We just did an emergency episode to cover all of Tony Khan and Eric Bischoff's feud/meltdown. So if you guys are into that, make sure you go watch that podcast, because we keep calling it Trash Cast. It's really not what it is, but it is. That is what it is. I guess it is what it is. It is. It is that it is that it is. But yeah, I mean, the crowd's hot for Edge here. I think I want to say there's 2,000 people. I don't know. I don't want to shit on them, but they're hot for Edge. As you guys can see in the thumbnail, actually Cardona, I saw a spoiler. So I'm going to watch this and give it a live action review to you guys, because Cardona versus Edge, I'm here for it. Collision, way to go. On that one, I'll tell you guys if it's a good match. He's cutting a promo. It is what it is. But yeah, at Pro Wrestle Clips, where you're at right now, is where the live show happens every single Saturday night. And yeah, I don't know. You might see me on some other shows. Man, this week was crazy. Everyone came out of the woodwork trying to just go after, like, you guys know I appeared over on Toon Wrestling, that podcast, right? The Toonie Wrestling podcast, I think is what it's called. Sorry, I'll get the name down. I'm the worst with names, but I was over there and people screen grabbed it and they're coming after everyone. And it's crazy. Like, if you go on X, the online world, everyone's like, oh my God, this is an anti-AEW podcast. And it's just like, it's not, bro. I'm sitting here. See, we just lost 5 viewers right now. Those are probably people who fucking are like, oh, watch this guy hate on AEW. Meanwhile, I'm about to watch and put over Cardona versus fucking Edge, because that's not what I do. And you guys know that, but I don't have to defend myself against that shit. I just laugh it off. It's funny, but it was crazy. Like, a lot of people were like, oh, you're that guy who was on that show. And it's like, so what? I was a guest on a fucking show. Like, who cares? Like that, am I not allowed to do that? It's crazy. Like, and we disagreed, go on that show, and I disagreed with a bunch of shit that was said. You know what I mean? There's 6 people on a panel just talking shit about wrestling. Everyone calm down. So I don't know. I'm super happy to be here with you good folk, the PWT listeners. I know you guys are the real ones. You guys get a yeah. Dummy. Yeah. And so I just wanted to say tonight also, you see in the title, it says Punked in there. We're going to EFAP a video that's half-hour long that I made a long time ago for the Patreon. Maybe not a lot, maybe like a few months ago, 4 months ago. And it's, I comprised every wrestler getting punked ever in the history of the show. And I put it on Patreon because otherwise, like, the copyright strikes are too much. So we're going to EFAP it, pause. Everyone gets mad. Why do you pause every 5 seconds? Why are you pausing every... Well, because I got to make it transformative, and because, like, you can just go watch the video on your own, I like watching it with me, like, and where I'm breaking it down, psychoanalyzing everything. That's the way to go. Members and all of that good stuff. YouTube memberships. I want to show you guys that in just 1 second. I'm going to read some comments. But yeah, if you guys want to become a member, guaranteed means guaranteed you get your comment read on the show and shown on the show. And I will for surely get to it, because already the comments are loading up, and I appreciate you guys so much. So yeah, I just want to show you guys this one right here. The link's below. You just click it. Look at that. Jobbers 99 cents. Just join up. You get these cool badges, these cool emojis, all that good stuff. Please consider doing it. Stop begging, bro. All right. And yeah, so go ahead, and that's my little plug. I might plug WWE Shop in an hour or two. But yeah, that's what it is. Cardona came out, great reaction, shoulder tackle, drop down, hip toss, boom, wrestling right here, right? Ed shoots him off, hip toss, boom, wrestling. Cardona kicks him off, face off, boom, wrestling. So AEW, more of this. You know what I mean? More two guys who look legit. The Deathmatch King, Matt Cardona, as he calls himself. I couldn't be more pleased with this as I popped so hard. Guys, if you hear my TV glaring, please tell me so I don't, of course, get pulled. That's the warning I give every show. But yeah, we're going to watch every wrestler who ever got punked besides Goldberg because they botched it. So they make that clip absolutely impossible. I tried weird things. I bought a subscription service thing, and then I tried to record it off I shouldn't even be saying that, right? But I was just trying to put it on for the show, and I do commentary over it. It's not like I'm just jacking punked, you know what I mean? But it's just Goldberg, I guess they fucked it up and you can't find him getting punked anywhere. But yeah, welcome to PWT Live Show, man. Some people might join again. I might just rock solo. You guys don't care. Let's read some comments though, shall we? We have members. We have, wow, we have members here. So what's up? Glad to be here. John JID, thank you, man. Oh, sorry. Speaking of Patreon, patrons. I said patrons, no matter what, will get read on the YouTube thing. Well, I'm dumb, and I didn't realize, how do I do that unless I write down every patron's name, and then I go through the list. And I woke up today, we had a bunch more patrons. So I'm like, oh, shit. The number doubled almost. So I was like, oh, shit. And it's not a lot. It's 12 guys. Okay. So, but that's 12 of you who are out there supporting what? Oh, man. This is great. And so, yeah, it's at 12 now. So I'm like, oh shit. So do I write down 12 names? Then I have to defer to a notepad. I think that's a little silly, guys. So patrons, I'm going to figure out how to give you guys memberships for this as well, or something. We're gonna figure it out, okay, guys? But I'm super sorry about not thinking that through. I'm a dumb bro. I'm a dummy. Yeah. Let's read though. We got members in here. We got PWT. Let's go. Yeah, let's go is right. Kyle Mulkey. What's up, Kyle Mulkey? Cardona being a one-off on Collision was a waste. They should have been a Dynamite match. Well, I think what Tony's trying to do is he's trying to juice up the Collision numbers as much as he can as well, because there is a TV deal now. The TV deal controversy. It's got everyone in jambles, right? I know people who are friends with people in the IWC who are fucking button heads about this as well. So Tony's using the verbiage saying media deal now. He's not saying, we covered it on the last show, he's not saying TV deal. He's saying there's a media deal when you find out about the next media deal. And then I put out this tweet. I should show you guys this because I saw this. I knew it was obviously more than likely not real, right? But I just asked, is this real? And then I mostly just did it so I could clip the Logan Paul going, oh, you do YouTube now? Because I just thought that shit was hilarious. But I put out this tweet. It got 100,000 impressions. Here, I will show you guys this. Let me share my screen with you all here. Share screen. So I thought this was funny. I tweeted this out because I read this on Instagram and I screen grabbed it. I knew it was obviously not real, but YouTube, All Elite Wrestling, YouTube broadcast AEW exclusively worldwide, includes broadcast of all weekly AEW matches. So if you guys just read this right here, YouTube announced that it has secured exclusive broadcasting rights to top American professional wrestling promotion. So this is a fake press release. It's been confirmed as fake, I guess, but if you read it all, it's it just basically says, here's our stars, and our quarterly pay-per-views, our big four, will air on YouTube, and the TV shows and everything will be on YouTube. So I tweet that out, and then I go, is this real? Hashtag, and then I play this clip of Logan Paul. And
you do YouTube? Try. You're doing great.
It just, he said that to Brendan Schaub about his last comedy special, The Gringo Poppy. Shout out the Homeless Cats. But yeah, so I just clipped that because it just reminded. It's great, it just reminds me of.
You do YouTube? Try. You're doing great.
But yeah, it got some people mad. A lot of people got the joke, though. 161,000 people were impressioned by that. So yeah, Tony Khan, he's sort of shifting the narrative, and I would predict wait till he's on he'll be in like Roku, you know what I'm saying? Like one of those shits. He'll be on like streaming, HBO, whatever the fuck. I probably doubt even that. Probably not even HBO or anything like that. So yeah, more chatters. Throw up your ones. That's from a non-member, but we're throwing our ones up. Alt Jake is here. Let's fucking go. Desire Death. Is the great Marvin coming by this stream? I don't know. He said he might pop in actually, and you guys know, like either he does or he doesn't, and I'm the same way over there. So just expect him, because every time he said I might pop in, he pops in. So I would say when, I don't know. And Desire Death, I've seen you rocking with us for a long time. And I'm grateful. When I was over on the other show there, I saw you and a few other people, Jake, like a handful of you guys. So that means a lot, PWT listeners showing out. I don't know or care who you listen to first, or I don't give a fuck. But just the fact I see you here and then I see you over there showing love, that means a lot too. I really appreciate it. So shout out to PWT listeners. Oh, here, we got a star here, a new member, Ed Brown. Thank you for the membership. Oh my good gracious. We got to play him a little music, guys. We got Paul Nolan cooking something new. I'm not going to play Jane the Boy anymore. I'm shout them out, but we playing this shit too much. Come on. You guys know how we do here. You got one, crack it. What? You got two, crack them. What? Drink one beer. What? Drink two beer. What? Smoke go. What? 2 shots of Jagger. Yep. Thank you, Ed Brown, so much for becoming a member. Appreciate you so much. And guys, you can gift memberships too. If you're feeling gifty, can make it rain on other good folk here at PWT. There's a lot of comments, guys. You guys are the best, man. I can't even. The first hour of Collision was fine for me. They lost. Well, I mean, this match is phenomenal. So if I do come across distracted or mispronounced names, I am drinking beer and I am watching wrestling and fights. So this match has been phenomenal, though. And they're just doing simple spots, like just pulling the dude, like just pulling Cardona's feet out from under him on the turnbuckle and these sorts of things. Yeah, that's the stuff we like. Those trash casts are really good. Well, thank you. And I sort of stole the idea from fucking sorry, needed to drink some beer. What? So there's this gentleman, in the comic book space. Basically, what Marv and I are doing is we're doing what, like Friday Night Tights, Nerdrotic. There's all these guys, Camelot, the Ethan Van Sciver, like Comics Pro Secret, Eric July, all these guys, they have like this big community of comic book people who just like support each other and do each other's shows and just bring a different perspective than the usual one. And that's sort of what we're doing here. So the trash cast is actually what the one dude calls it, where he makes fun of the other dude, who I'm a fan of both dudes. And so I just kind of lifted the name Trash Cast, to be honest. And then and it's just it just triggers people, guys. Like, you know how the internet works and how we have to do this. Like, we got to make gripping headlines that catches your attention, and then you click, and then you stick around for Phil Marks. You stick around for Hairline. You guys stick around for Paul Nolan, Marty McFlyer, Marvin the Monster, all the great characters that we have popped through. And yeah, man, it's growing and it's building, and you guys are all a part of it. We're all riding this wave together, man. It's great. Kyle Mulkey is a member, folks. That's why he's getting his chat read on stream. Becky's saying Ronda couldn't wrestle was the most blunt thing I've heard about her since her UFC days. Yeah, you know something? That was insane that she said that. Obviously, Becky is protecting the business and how you do it in 2024. Excuse me. Sometimes you have to protect the business on social media. Speaking of social media, guys, 26 of you, I've seen up to 30 of you watching. Those likes better get to 20. Let's get up to 20 likes. 20 likes. I see chickens in the chat. Yeah, so you motherfuckers know what's up. So, and all the chickens are welcome in this chat. I promise you. Yeah, I'm a big EVS guy. I like his, just as far as like, what, you know, being a comic book nerd, and then just for, I don't know about all like, what is he again? Comics Gate. That's like, I'm just very, I don't know about all that. I just know about like the YouTube comic book drama stuff, you know. I'm into all that. So I'm a geek. What can I say? Anyways, though, yeah, Becky saying Ronda couldn't wrestle was the most blunt thing I've heard about her since your UFC days. Yeah, I mean, she can wrestle, but she did have people carrying her, but Ronda's gonna go and just trash the business. Yeah, you gotta snap back, especially if you're one of the top women in the company, which Becky Lynch is, and she's winning at Mania, folks. Saw that Dave tweeted when Punk got fired, he was their second biggest star. MJF had surpassed him. What the fuck, Jake? Do I have to play the flute? What are you even talking about? Hold on. So, guys, unexpectedly, we got a Dave Meltzer moment of the fucking week here. He tweeted when Punk got fired, he was their second biggest star, and MJF had surpassed him. That has to be a fucking joke. I honest to God can't even believe that, if that's real. If someone could please like tag me in that shit on Twitter, because I almost don't even believe that. That's so ridiculous. You know what I mean? Oh, here, let me turn this on. There we go. There we go, guys. Right down there. You see that? At the bottom there? That's the good stuff. But Alt Jake, man, or just Jake. Sorry, I'm gonna call you Alt Jake, probably, bro. Yeah, dude. It's that's crazy. That baffles me entirely. If that's true, that's some of the dumbest shit ever. Nobody in AEW, and this isn't a knock on anyone in AEW, just no one surpassed Punk. No one in WWE's really surpassed Punk either, unless you're The Rock or Cody. Cody probably right now, yeah. But Punk is like he's a guy who like transcends for whatever reason. You know, he's like a super relatable. Goddamn. Cardona hits the Rough Rider. This match is phenomenal, guys. This is how you start off a wrestling show. Edge comes out. I'm talking shit. I cut a promo. Cardona comes out. Holy shit. That's what the TNT, remember Cody Rhodes and the TNT title when just random people would show up? Okay, is that what the division is, or are we fighting for rankings in this division? Like, you can do the open challenge thing, but let's fucking do it. Like, that's the problem. That's why the trash casts exist, so we can say the stuff, but you know, hopefully trigger people into everybody's coming after the podcasters. It's just like, calm down, it's just their opinion. Exactly. And then I also saw people going, all of the Edge just won with a beautiful spear. That was an incredible match. Wow, we're gonna give them a fucking round of applause. No, but I'm seeing people say and you just this is what someone said about me. You openly hate AEW, and you are on a podcast like that. You admit you hate AEW. I'm like, dude, I get made fun of for wearing an Orange Cassidy shirt and doing a podcast with people. What are you talking about? Like, it fucking. But that shit doesn't get to me, bro. I honestly just try and spin it into jokes. A lot of my buds are like, just don't even interact with it. But I'm like, fuck it. If I can make a good joke and get people to come to the podcast, I'll do that. But yeah, dude, it's just opinions, and then it's like faceless accounts getting mad at people with faceless accounts, and it's like, well, you're the same shit. Oh, did the lights just go out? The lights just went out on Edge. AEW does this so much, but I'm a little mark, so I have to. Malachi Black's in the ring. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Here we go. AEW. Give an air horn. Let's go. See, who's booking this? Like, just let them do the whole show. My word, man. Come on. That's awesome, dude. That is awesome. Are they going to fight or don't? Sorry, guys. If you hear bursts of silences. Oh, he's like oozing black mist out of his mouth. Let's go. We're all about this. Buddy Matthews. Oh, my word. He's stomping out Edge. Sorry, guys. We're watching this here. Oh, now Briscoe's coming out. Here we go. Come on. Let's go. Who booked this? Here we go. Okay, then they just get him. Good, yeah. House of Black should just get him, and then they have the motive to... And then you have Jay and Edge. Or, pardon me, Mark and Edge. R.I.P. Jay. Fucking GOATS tag team. Who's this? Kingston now? All right. Okay. Okay, yeah, all right. Now I'm out of it. No, I'm just kidding. I guess, man. I get the appeal of Kingston. I'm not like a big Kingston. People call even Hairline's like, oh, Burger King. I don't call him that shit. You know, I know a lot of people in the chat are gonna be like, what the fuck? But I hate when people compare him to like Dusty Rhodes. I don't do that shit, but I like him like in his when he comes out in like his Timberlands, like how he looks right here, like when he's just a street dude, when he's trying to like cosplay Japanese dudes, and he's got the big like bell bottom pants and he's wearing like, you know, you can tell he's trying to dress like Mitsuharu Misawa and stuff. Misawa, it's like, what the fuck are you doing? But I'm okay with this kind of ragtag group, but the only problem is that AEW, see, I pay attention, folks. This is why people fuck with me, because I actually fuck with AEW. So when I give my critique, they were doing all these little backstage angles with where Mark Briscoe and Jay Lethal were going to kind of split off from Jeff Jarrett and them. And the next thing you know, just Lethal's in an 8-man with Jeff Jarrett and they're all just seeing eye to eye again. It's just really like stop and start. So I don't know. This is just a way to get a weird 6-man trios match when really I just want to see Edge and Malachi throw down for that TNT title. But I don't know. You guys heard the wind just get sucked right out of my sails as soon as Eddie came out. So I don't hate on him, but that was a great start. And now we got FTR backstage. Shout out FTR, even though Dax blocked me. Shout you out, bruv. Anyways, let's keep reading chats because I'm way behind on them and there's so many members in here. Let's just see. Yeah, but people coming after, it's just like, yeah, dude, like you guys have opinions too, just because we don't align. And then people saying, you openly admit you hate AEW. It's just goofy. It's just like, fuck out of here. Come listen to my show. I guarantee we'd be friends. Like, I'm just very, I just be critical. Like, that's the whole point of the show. And I'm trying to just be funny, bring levity, and shoot the shit like people actually do, and just bring it to a show. That's all this is since the start. Everyone's got to chill. Everyone talks shit in their everyone has someone they just talk shit with. I'm just talking shit with you guys. And I made a clip about Rhea Ripley trashing AEW, and people were like, that's not her burying it. And I'm like, I know, but I'm trying to grab attention, but it is a burial when she looks at the camera and goes, this is going to make a lot of people mad, but Buddy Matthews knows that I'm on a bigger platform than him and that da-da-da-da-da. So the marks are going to be like, oh, she's burying it. So so that's what I put in the title. Come on, guys. Simple psychology here. But anyways, let's get into wrestling shit. Punk, Rhodes, and Cargill by the metrics, I believe you mean, Kyle, were the 3 of 4 top draws for AEW. What a shame. Was Jade? I don't know if that's true whatsoever, but I believe you. The Acclaimed are now coming out. And I saw on Twitter, someone's like, Tony Schiavone notes that the Acclaimed are being more serious. Sweet, but actions speak louder than words, folks. You know, oh, they're wearing black hoodies now, so they're more serious. Or just like, let's tell a story about that. And anyways, Chelsea Green, in an interview with Chris Van Vliet, said it's only a matter of time that Cardona is back in WWE, which I think would be dope. Right. And I think that's why he did this little Collision stop here. Now, I said months ago, I was like, if you notice, he's dropping all of his indie titles one by one, but it's hard for him to turn down the type of money he's making. He's making, like, it might sound crazy, but he's making I don't want to talk out of my ass, but I truly, like, I don't know what they would offer him. I don't know if they'd give him $1 million to be in AEW, but I bet he makes more on the indies than him being in WWE or AEW, but he will finish his career in WWF. He's a WWF mark, WWE mark. Cardona is, he'll admit it. I am too. We all are. Every wrestler is. That's why wrestling is wrestling. You didn't grow up going, oh, I wish I could be this fucking, like, it's all everyone's memories is like Hogan doing something, or The Rock or Triple H or whatever. Think about it, man. There's people who grew up like their favorite wrestler's Sheamus. Guys, 31 of you watching. Let's please get the likes, and we'll do some more Dave dummy shit. We're at 16, guys. There's 31 of you. Can we get to 20 likes? Let's get to 20 likes, guys. That's the free and easiest way to support the show. 31 of you in here. We can get to 20 likes for sure. So if you haven't, quickly hit that like. Guys, we're almost at 2,000 subs on the Clips channel, and we're almost at 400 on the long form pod channel. Thank you all so much. The goal was 2,000 for April Fools, and that didn't happen, but we're like right there. We're like 100 away. So like, if you're not subscribed, fucking subscribe, pardon me. And it's not like I'm like, oh, failure, bro. That's what life's about, man. You learn more from L's. New member, we got to that. Thank you, Ed Brown. People trying to dox y'all and shit. The mental illness is running wild. I know, but just like dox what? Like, it's just like, what? Like, I don't know. It's just stupid. We're not feeding the trolls, It's just like, who cares? Like, who gives a fuck? What are you gonna? Oh man, he's a writer who fucking, yeah. I tell you guys all this shit, Like, who cares? Conan. Yeah, let me hit one for you, Conan. Kyle Mulkey. Here's the thing, though. You bring in Cardona for an open challenge instead of the other 500 guys you have on the roster to answer. Yes, it's 1 week, but he's not signed. Yeah, but that's what AEW does. So I agree with you fully. But who does that get over? Oh, yeah, we'll bring Hook in. It'll be great. Yeah, we'll have, like, who the fuck do they bring? Oh, we'll have Wardlow lose again to Edge now. It'll give him the rub. It's great. You do YouTube, you're doing great. Oh my God, dude. That's just legendary. One's in the chat, I see. I hope Tony gives Takeshita a singles run soon. I've been watching AEW since 2020. Yeah, I've been watching since the start, and I agree. He's the single Japanese guy to come over and get over. His match with MJF is fire. People sleep on him. Takeshita's a phenomenal talent. And if they did Orange Cassidy's storyline of like the young guy who's injured, but he's barely beating all of these vets and he's just barely and they did what they like, he taps out Danielson instead of Garcia, all the shit they tried to do with Yuta and Garcia and all these guys, Andretti, all the shit that they just, Tony Khan's too ADD to just do it with one guy. They just should have did all of that shit with Takeshita and just built him up to be like this superhero almost. And then he eventually turns evil because he can heal really good too. And his moves are vicious. When he wrestles heel, he wrestles different too. Like when he's heel, he's very vicious and lays his shit in. When he's a face, Takeshita, he's like graceful. You see it. He's graceful in his technique and he does the big flashy. He gets it. And I couldn't agree with you more, guys. Remember, stay hydrated. If you drink water, if you're with us and you're and you like soda, drink soda. If you like beer, drink beer. I got some PBRs going tonight. How about you all? Sorry, they're in London, Ontario, not Quebec. But yeah, I want to throw the UFC on. There's I might just watch it. I record everything, so we're all good. I might just watch it after because there was like a bunch of knockouts. I even missed some shit. I was eating burgers, cooking for some folk. AEW Mark's talking about how WWE needed The Rock for Mania's wild, especially when AEW just rode Sting's retirement for a BPPV. True. Here's what's funnier. Pardon me. Are all the people who were like, oh, I just see it as why you put The Rock and Roman in Australia and WrestleMania is already sold and why would you blah, blah, blah. Well, God damn it. It's just like you shouldn't have to explain these things, man. WrestleMania is a spectacle. It's like the Super Bowl. So yeah, the Super Bowl sells itself too. You still have Rihanna sing the halftime show. You still pull Janet Jackson titty out. Do you guys know what I'm saying? Like you still gotta make it. You still gotta have Katy Perry ride on a fiery tiger or whatever. You gotta do it still. Like it doesn't matter. It sells itself. That's horseshit. It's about like this domestic. You're based out of America. You know what I'm saying? And yeah. So when you go to these other countries for these big events, they're just gonna go like the top guy you'll get is like Cody or Punk for now, and then they'll expand off of that. But yeah, it's they don't need The Rock for WrestleMania. Come on, guys. I also wrote on this WrestleMania preview. We're going to go over the matches because we're like a week out. So I don't think anything else. I think there's 7 matches, both show is what they're saying. I don't know. That might've been Meltzer who confirmed that, but, yeah. So so what's this still to come tonight? There's a trios match. Okay. And then we have a tag team quarterfinal, the Infantry versus FTR. What the fuck? Like, why would the Infantry? How many aren't they in Ring of Honor? Like, how many tag matches have these guys won? Jesus Christ. Why don't you just pass FTR, give FTR a bye? And FTR were just beat by fucking Claudio and Mox, and then Meltzer goes, and then Alvarez is like, well, why are they in the tournament, but the guys who just beat them aren't, and who've been on like a tag team run aren't? And then Meltzer goes, well, it doesn't make logical sense, but it makes booking sense, wrestling booking sense. What the fuck? Welcome to the JOB squad at Ed Brown. Yeah, man. The jerk off bruv squad. Just gotta pause. Just kidding. The jovial obtuse brethren squad is. I've tried to watch Nerdrotic streams. Everyone on there is too that's the thing, dude. So I try to not be so negative. I'm putting over AEW so far. You guys know that. Even with the negative, we try and be funny. I'm not into the ultra negative either. And I think what people thought, goddamn, I don't want to air all this shit out, but I knew going into that Toonie show, I knew that with the people that are on it, like their accounts are called AEW Awful Wrestling and shit like that. So you guys, like, obviously it's going to appear to people at first, they're not even going to give it a chance. They're just going to go, this is an AEW hate show, And so I think that's also why Marv wanted me there, because I've spent like a year. It was our 1-year birthday, like technically, but our year birthday, we just call it WrestleMania. And that's when I think we go into season 2. We'll just do it every year. But anyways, no, I think that's why he wanted me on, because he told me, he's like, I just want to show everyone a different side of these people. And like AEW disciplinary committee is like a good guy, and he doesn't actually want AEW to fail. He just doesn't like the IWC, I guess. I don't know, but you guys know I've asked it a million times. I'm like, what do you do if they go out of business? Then you're a TNA hate account. Like, I make the joke all the time, and I've made it right to them, and they laugh about it because they understand these aren't like horrible people, right? So it's just that, and Marv wanted to show people another side of them. I'm like, they're not going to give it a chance, though. That's the problem, right? So, but I do agree with what you're saying. Just overall negativity is not good, especially when like every video is just like Marvel bad, Marvel bad, Marvel bad. That's what I try to do with my show. That's why we go deep on these reviews. We started the show reviewing way more, but I was like, now we're just becoming a review show. We have to be more, like, I want it to be more entertaining and eventually do the live show, and go, you know what I mean? And so we don't review as in depth and as deep, because you guys know, like, I mean, Cornette does that if you guys want it, you know what I mean? So that, like, he'll tell you better than me. I'm a fucking mark. I'm watching it as a fan, which is still a good perspective to get, especially from me. Like, I do work in the entertainment business, be real. So, you know what I mean? So I do look at it from that lens, but goddamn, and FTR's got some nice gear on right now. This red and black, I like that. The Infantry look good too, but goddamn, like, we know you're going to lose. If they take FTR to the limit, I'm going to be pissed. But yeah, I agree with you. Just the always constant negative shit, that's ugly too. That's bad. And I try to work on that on X as well. It's easy to shit on people. It's way harder to be like authentic and really put things over. Like I said it watching SmackDown. I said Jade Cargill's debut was underwhelming for me, just that opening promo. And then she made the save later in the night, and I tweeted it out. I said, well, obviously she's going to come make the save later tonight, and that'll be a great moment. But to me, it just felt a little, I don't know. It just felt a little, maybe they could have went, hey, they could have not announced Jade, but then they made her a big deal, like Jade's going to be here. So you can look at it either way. I just felt like it was a little underwhelming, and her promo was a little, she needs work still, obviously, and that comes in time. But I love that her debut match is a fucking WrestleMania match. So I love that. I love that, like, they're going to showcase her on this huge grand stage. And yeah, that'll really, I think that's just a really great way to help, like, just because now what you're doing is you're taking this person who looks like $30 billion and you're just putting her on this crazy platform. And even if people don't know who she is, they're going to shine her up, polish her up real good. And everyone on that huge grand stage is going to see her on that stage. All of those people really think about that, man. So, and if they place that match in the right spot, she's going to steal all the eyeballs, and that's what works. Ladies and gentlemen, really quick, we'll get back to comments here. We have our good friend joining the show right now. Ladies and gentlemen, please, a round of applause for Marvin the Movie Monster.
Hello,
Marv.
my good friend Phil.
What's happening, buddy? We were just talking about you.
Where are you? Because, you know, I'll hear about it if it's not. It's wrestling. It gets around.
Yeah, exactly, man. So we were just reading some chats. We were just chatting it up about you. They were just laughing about all the drama in the IDubs. Everyone's mad at your podcast. And
you know what? I'm not even paying attention to it, to be honest. Like,
yeah,
I honestly barely even look at like X replies and stuff like that anymore. I see somebody say something smart alecky, I just block and move on. Like, I don't care any. Like, I'm comfortable with, you know, how the show went. I'm happy with it. So,
yeah,
you know, the fact, I mean, I think you said it to me, Phil, like the fact that they worked up means that that we got something.
Yeah, it means, yeah, exactly. When they start hating you, you're doing something right, you know?
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
And yeah, I was gonna say, unless you're Vince, but I gotta lay off Vince. God, I go too hard on that motherfucker. Here we go. So, heard that, just hit my local dispensary before this stream. Awesome. It's good to see so much members in here, man. I love this so much.
Yeah, it's great.
MJF did not pass CM Punk. What the fuck? MJF would be offended at that. So apparently, Jake made us aware that apparently Dave Meltzer said that when Punk left the company, the second biggest star left the company, and MJF had surpassed him. Marv, what are your thoughts on that?
I'm sorry, MJF did not pass CM Punk. What the fuck? MJF. I was completely distracted for a second. CM Punk is on another level. I mean, what do they mean pass CM Punk?
Like in terms of star power, like
Meltzer God,
said
no.
that Punk was the second biggest star.
Oh, for the love of God, no, no.
It's so funny,
at the end of the day, somebody the other day was talking about on because, you know, now that they took you know, MJF's merch down off the website or whatever, it was like, oh, he's gonna be at WrestleMania, and I'm like, no, he's not.
No,
could you imagine if he comes out and he helps Cody with the bloodline? I said, yeah, and 90% of the people in that arena are gonna go, who the hell is that?
Yeah, I agree. And I agree with what you guys were saying on your show there. Like, I think NXT is what they would try and do with him. And the thing is, this is what I was like heard poking around, whatever, asked around. And then I had heard someone actually reiterate this on a podcast. And so I'm inclined to believe it. And it's and someone legit reiterate this on a podcast, that when the whole debacle went down like a couple years ago of MJF no-showed, and then he walked into the pay-per-view in the first match and then squashed him with like 10 power bombs and pinned him. Yeah. He resigned. That was all a work, and he resigned there in that moment for like 7 more years, or like 8, like one of those 8-year long.
Well, he was definitely the contract was definitely supposed to be up in January, but there's no way he didn't already resign well before that, because at the end of the day, if they were letting him continue on as the number one guy, like with this big long title reign and, you know, leading right up to, you know, when he got injured, if they let him do that without him being re-signed, that would have been the dumbest thing since Tony allowed Jon Moxley to be the world champion without a contract.
Yeah, and almost walk into WWE. Roman wanted him in the Rumble too. That almost, people get so mad when I fucking say it, but that almost happened.
It almost happened, but, you know, this is the problem that a lot of these guys that have jumped ship over to AEW are going to have when they try to come back, is that they're going to be like, well, this is what I make in AEW. And Triple H is going to be like, I don't think so. Like, that ain't what you're making here. Like,
you're not making that much here.
Yeah, that's good for you. Hope you enjoyed all that extra income. Here's my offer. It's a lot lower.
Yeah. Nowhere near the same
Sell
thing.
some goddamn merchandise, then maybe you'll make some money.
So, Marv, Matt Cardona showed up and answered the Cope Open challenge here on Collision. And it was a phenomenal match. I EFAP'd it. No, just kidding. I got it recorded here. So I watched it here and gave a play-by-play to the good folks here at PWT. And yeah, what are your thoughts on that? Cardona just doing a quick one-off in AEW.
I mean, I don't. Is it a one-off? Is that confirmed, or is he?
Yeah, I think so. He makes way too. We were just talking about.
He does make a lot of money.
More money, yeah, than if he did just flat out sign with AEW.
Well, I mean, you never know. Tony does tend to overpay for people, but I mean, I love Matt Cardona. I think he's fantastic. I spoke up, a lot when Chris Jericho was stealing his gimmick.
PWT Indie Wrestler of the Year.
Yeah, I mean, he is. Matt Cardona is. He's one of those guys that left WWE and found himself and found a whole other level. But I don't think that it's similar to Cody. But like we always knew, Cody was going to go back and be able to, excel. Guys like Dolph Ziggler and Cardona, I don't think should ever go back because I don't think they'll ever be used correctly. I think if he goes back, he'll just be Zack Ryder again. He'll be woo, 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 and that'll be that. They dropped the ball with him too many times. I think that there is a place for guys to be the number one guy in TNA or on the Indies or in AEW. That WWE is just not in the cards for them again.
You guys want my opinion on that?
Probably not.
I think Cardona goes back there and feuds with Cody for the world title as Matt Cardona. That's what I believe. That's just me, though. So
you think he feuds for the world title with Cody in WWE?
Yep, as Matt Cardona. I think we see that in the next before all is said and done. Or he feuds with. He's up there. He feuds with someone. Someone up there, Drew, something like that.
If you do that, if that happens within the next 2 years. I will buy AEW Fight Forever with all of the DLC.
Let's go, dude.
But he has to come back, be Matt Cardona, and immediately get put into a main event feud with Cody Rhodes.
Chelsea Green actually recently just said, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when Matt Cardona comes to WWE. That's her exact word. She tweeted that out.
We'll see.
So I think because they let Ty Dillinger be Sean Spears in NXT. He came back. He's Sean Spears. So, and then you got to think Cody, Sean, Zach, Matt Cardona, they're all real friends. Like they're all really super close. So Chelsea Green and Matt Cardona are married because Cody and Brandy hooked them up, so
right.
Yeah. So I think Cardona's on the cards there. I do. I think they're past like making people change their names. Okay. So guys, not to divert, but Collision here. So FTR is not only being taken to the limit, but they're eating every move that the infantry's thrown at them. One's in the chat if you even know who the fucking infantry is. How about that?
The infantry?
The infantry. Yeah. I know, but I'm an Uber mark. I don't know if the general, they're hitting DDTs, they're hitting finishers, they're killing FTR right now in this tournament. Insane. So Ed Brown, a new member who joined. Oh, Dave blocked me. Yeah, join the club, bruv. A new member here who joined earlier tonight. I saw that tweet and instantly the flute played in my head. Yeah,
you're definitely making the. You're definitely getting into the heads of everybody.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And then they just botched a leapfrog spot into a roll up. 800 false finishes, guys. They're doing too much.
Is there like a Watch TNT app or something like that where I could like check this out because I don't have a TV. I don't have a TV in my office. So
yeah, all you gotta do.
I do, but it's not hooked up to cable. But
I will send you I'll DM you like a link or something like that. Okay, I'll figure something out here for you. Yeah. So Malachi losing to Copeland, SMH. Well, yeah, he'll probably job to Copeland. Yeah, you're probably right. So Dave blocked me too, but I saw a screen. Yeah. AEW ran a show in Mexico, CMLL, with their top guys against CMLL's top guys, but Tony can't utilize the luchadors he has. Now, I think what Tony did by doing that quick CMLL deal was Okay, so FTR won with a shatter machine. Oh, it was great. They had a great showing. These two jobbers just took them to the limit, and that's what it needs to. That's how you give them the rub. Oh, that's great. Soda water. That's fucking insane that they just had that type of match against them. Anyways, though, yeah, the CMLL show, the crowd was going insane. I saw clips. Daniel Bryan's fucking doing the no, and Mystico or Drillistico's doing the yes. The C.
They were finally doing they finally went back to doing that, huh?
Yeah, so actually Marv, he's done it on AEW too, and I'm just throwing this out there for you guys. Vince went down for all that shit, and then Bryan started doing yes and no, and WWE settled. We never talked about this on the show, actually. WWE settled a $20 million lawsuit with MLW on
I cannot believe they did that.
Well, I just think Vince left, and so what WWE did is they're like, we're just gonna because then UFC settled a $355 million settlement with these fighters that they've been feuding with for like decades, dude. Right? They paid out like $355 million or whatever. This I think again a monopoly type suit, right? And because MMA fighters get treated as independent contractors as well, the same way Vince, you know what I mean? Would do, or not Vince. That's how pro wrestling works. Tony does it too. He was talking shit about healthcare. We don't know. None of that's. We haven't seen any of that. I haven't heard if there's actual.
When he said he was going to get the wrestlers' health insurance in the beginning.
Yeah, so it's like I don't think that's happened. So, but anyways, so what were we talking about? Yeah, so he's been doing the yeah and the no. Sorry, Big Bill, Ricky Starks are here. Big Bill looks like he's on all the juice. He looks like Test right now. Sorry, guys. Getting distracted. There's a big juicy man on the screen here. Anyways, and Ricky Starks here. Everyone said he was going to WWE. All of a sudden, he's on Collision. I'm hyped. I like this team. I don't know, man. Ricky Starks to WWE would be awesome. But yeah, sorry. Bryan's been doing the shit after the Vince allegation. What I think is WWE's just tying up all of their loose knots. TKO, rather, is just tying up any lawsuits, any bullshit they got going on. Let's just sweep it under the rug, pay the shit off, get it done with, and get Vince. Like, we're done with Vince. This is a new era. We're not going to do this shit. We're going to let talent work. Like Shayna Baszler's working GCW Bloodsport. There's room. Natalia might go wrestle a match in TNA. That's been floating around since the Rumble. Jordan Grace floated that out there, but I think we'd have seen it by now if it was going to happen, like at one of their pay-per-views. But anyways, it's the door's open, and I think WWE, like for instance, WrestleMania weekend, there's all these shows surrounding WrestleMania. Why not let talent who can't be booked on Mania go work these other shows? You build goodwill with these other organizations. You build goodwill within WWE, and just like the fans, the marks can't be mad. Oh, look, they're letting fucking WWE talent go wrestle other places and stuff. So
they'll still be mad.
Yeah, exactly. And so I think that's why Danielson feels comfortable doing the yes, no. Like he probably calls Triple H on the phone, dude. They're probably still talking.
You can't like trademark that though. It's the word yes.
Like, also, though, he didn't invent that. Speaking of MMA, Diego Sanchez was or maybe I think Diego invented it. If we look it up, someone Google it for me. But Diego Sanchez, UFC fighter, was the first guy I ever saw walking to the cage, and he would do it with one arm, and he'd point in the air and go, yes, and he would walk to the cage and do that. That's the first guy I ever saw do that before Bryan. So maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Bryan did it first. But anyways, though, he was doing no, and then Drillistico or Mystico. Sorry, I don't. They might be the same guy. I get them mixed up all the time because their masks are similar. Maybe they're brothers. But like the old Sin Cara, I believe. Yeah, he was going like C and doing the point, and the crowd was hot as fuck. They were reacting to basically like WWE guys, but also they were hot for the AEW guys. And I think that's good exposure to get those AEW guys down in Mexico. But it's to what people said, like you signed a bunch of great luchadors that you've been shoving Commander. He takes Jay White to the limit, and then you're just going to have other luchadors show up and then like have these matches that they actually put effort into building. And it's a little bit of a slap in the face.
Right.
To bring it back to John JID's thing, like, why aren't you spending that time promoting a match? Oh, between Jericho and Atlantis Jr., that's great, but why don't you build up to a match? Like, you've been shoving Commander down my throat. Like, fucking, yeah, like, give me some with him and or whatever. Kyle O'Reilly's wrestling JD Drake. So,
okay.
That's
I think,
all right.
By the way, I've got the TNT app pulled up, by the way. Are they a commercial right now?
No, no, this isn't live, actually. I have this shit. I have this recorded here. Yeah, sorry. I'm going
I thought they were live.
No.
I just looked at the time. I realized.
Yeah. They ended at 8 o'clock. So when I started the show, I told everyone, I was like,
they ended at 8 o'clock.
Yeah, because they started early, and the next Saturday, special start time 11:30 Central at night. Okay. Guys, someone confirm that for me too. That's crazy.
Did you talk about the Jade Cargill thing yet?
So, like her debut, or
like what, like everything that happened? Because
I touched on it. I touched on people getting mad at me for saying I was a little underwhelmed, and then predicting what was going to happen at the end, which was fine. It's not that it was the shits, but I want your thoughts on it. Yeah, Marv, go ahead.
Do you remember when I said it's a mistake to just put her on SmackDown and not put her on NXT? Do you remember? Like I said this multiple times already.
Bunch times, yeah.
Man, do I hate being right, but I am right. She came out there. She looked like $1 million. I was like, wow, that's a star. Like she got in there and she got in the ring, and I was like, man, she's got it all right now. And then she opened her mouth.
She fumbled up that promo.
That promo was god awful. It was delivered with the cadence of a third grader giving an oral presentation on the solar system.
They should have,
And then, you know, when she came in for the run-in at the end, I mean, I haven't like. I was kind of like half watching that, but like from what I understand, like, you know, she botched a little bit too. Like, just didn't look very, like, she did not cut an impressive like superstar figure from what I saw. Yeah, I was underwhelmed. I mean, I think she has the potential to be a star, but yeah, and that's the thing. Everybody was like, "Oh, she doesn't need to go to NXT. She's been working, you know, behind the scenes and training and all that stuff." And I'm like, okay, so, you know, working in front of a live crowd, you know, with the WWE television, like, that's not gonna hurt. I mean,
yeah, dude.
I don't know. Maybe she. I mean, the promo was not good.
Like, and then you got to think like she's obviously been doing like promo class and shit.
Of course she has. Yeah, like I'm sure Sean has been drilling. I mean, look, I'm very sure that when she got there, Tripp said to Sean, like, listen, this is your priority for the next couple of months. And yeah, I don't know. I think they threw her into the deep end.
Yeah, man, I agree. But what do you feel about them showcasing her on like WrestleMania, dude? That's a good look, right?
I mean, it's a good look if she delivers, but if she goes out there and she's a botch machine, then
I think
we're done before we begin.
I think she'll just have a couple flurries of
she got to get the hot tag. She'll get the hot tag. That's about it.
Exactly, and then she'll probably get the win over like if Dakota's in the match, it'll be whichever one doesn't have a belt, Dakota. Yeah. So, yeah. And then
look, I believe in this woman. I believe that she can.
And just the way she looks at Mania, that whole crowd. If you never heard of her before, you're going to be wondering who that was after the night's done. Is what I'm getting at.
She looked good. She looked good in the Rumble. I mean, like, I believe that she can be the biggest women's superstar in the world. Like, I just think that was not a very good debut. It's just, you know, and I'm sorry if people get mad at me for that opinion, but that's just my opinion.
Me too. People were like, "Come on, what did you want her to do?" And I'm like, "I don't know."
I wanted her to deliver a promo clearly, like distinctly, in a natural sounding way.
Yeah, exactly.
It didn't sound like you're reading from a teleprompter. Like,
Eddie Kingston could have really, sorry, we're getting to all the member chats here, guys. So Eddie Kingston could have really gotten over if they'd strapped the rocket to his back after he wrote that Players Tribune article. Everyone says that, bro. That was the moment, sure. You know, but then the work has to hold up, and I don't know if his work holds up.
And the bell had to ring. That's what Bruce Pritchard always says.
That's a great yeah, Bruce Pritchard's
a
good
he's always like
40, we're at 45 watching, guys. Let's get it where there's 46 watching. We've been at like 50. Let's get up to 30 likes at least, if you guys don't mind. We're at 20 now, so let's get up to 35 likes. Thank you all so much.
When you know, when he showed up, or you know, Bruce Pritchard always talks about how, like, you know, the Ultimate Warrior, he looked like $1 million, and then the bell had to ring.
Someone's saying Ricky Starks suffered an injury tonight.
Yes,
that match is about to start for me. So
Do you want me to spoil it? Do you want me to spoil what happened for you?
Go right ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
He eats a DDT. It might have happened before that, but I mean, he takes a DDT. The guy goes for a cover. 1, 2, 3, and clearly he's supposed to kick out because Shivani started the whole like as if he kicked out, and he didn't, and so he had to be.
He's had neck problems, dude, before. He hurt his neck and was dropped on his neck, broke his neck before, dude, and finished a match or whatever. So that's just not good if he's getting dropped on his head, man. I
mean, look, I don't know anything for sure. Maybe it's a work. I don't know, but it didn't look good.
Have you seen the YouTube video Wrestling Isn't Wrestling from a few years ago? It's such a hilarious but true video about the career of Triple H. Check it out if you haven't.
I do love hilarious Triple H things. That's like kind of my favorite thing.
We have Cargill is such a star. Yes, she is.
I mean, she could be.
Yep. She absolutely could be. Everything's there. It's just a matter of execution and story. Story matters. And this story's okay. Like she's coming to get she's coming to get I don't know, Damage Control have been running amok. And yeah, she's stepping up and
you got to go
and then everyone's pulling the racial thing, like, oh, they're just sticking all the groups together, and it's just like, but bro,
I was just gonna make a joke where I was gonna be like, it's the black ladies against the two Asians and their white weeb friend.
Well, but it's just like, who fucking, like, come on, dude.
No,
like,
look, at the end of the day,
even looking at shit like that. Come on.
I mean, here's the thing. They'll scream that they want representation and they want strong, strong black females specifically. You were given 3 strong black females standing together arm in arm to close out the show as your number one babyface in your main event segment. Okay, and then they were mad about it.
Oh, man,
because it's great. Because Triple H, he's and then all the Mexicans were together. Yeah, because they're gonna do the most over tag match in the history of WrestleMania when they do a lucha tag match with the greatest luchador.
Warfare, that's what I've been calling it.
The greatest luchador of all time is gonna get in there with the future of Mexican wrestling stars and work his ass off to get all 3 of them to the next level.
Dude, yeah, man. And just, I don't know, you want people exactly like you said, diversity. Okay, we got a Samoan group, a Latino group, we have African American or just black in general representation. We have there's white guys, there's all different flavors and colors.
WWE has never been more of an ethnic rainbow than
come on, bro.
Really
I just can't. I can't even have these conversations with these people.
So now here's the thing: these virtue signalers, right? The problem with them is that it's never enough because it can't ever be enough.
It can't ever be enough.
So they want representation. They get representation. No, not like that, because it's not the right representation or it's not enough representation. Because at the end of the day, Phil, if they ever get the full representation that they say they want and are cool with it, then their power is over. They have no more power. They're not victims anymore. That's the point. It has nothing to do with social justice for the sake of nobility. It is, we have power to be able to scream victimhood.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
No, you're absolutely right about that, man. But I'm done even having these types of conversations with people. It's just like, fuck out of here. Okay, Big Bill's getting in the ring. He's looking Hajayusi. Pause. Everyone's I got a girlfriend. We're cool. It sells itself because matches like that, pardon me, with stars is what makes it a WrestleMania. You're absolutely right. I want a Mercedes to be good, but Mercedes has shown that she's not a draw. Besides sex appeal, there's really nothing there. Maybe I just don't get it. Yeah. I mean, I think the whole being I'm the CEO, I think that's such a
I don't think anyone understands what it means.
Well, it's just like I'm a boss, I'm a boss chick, I'm a boss babe. It's better than, the way, but to me, I just go, that's such like a surface level, been done before type fucking, like, what are you, Ted DiBiase or like what, like, it's just this stuff is, I just feel like that's gonna get old quick, and I feel like
I mean, I'm pretty sure Erwin Osheister was some kind of CEO too, wasn't
bro?
He?
That's what I mean, right? Like just that whole I'm flexing, I'm a boss, like is basically your thing, and it's like that's cool, but
then does WWE have the term boss trademarked? Like,
I don't know. And like, is it confusing to casuals? Like, oh, she's the CEO of the company, perhaps, because then you got the Young Bucks coming out and their name says the executive vice presidents and shit. So it's like, where are the lines? What's gimmick? What's kayfabe? I don't know.
I mean, look, the only place in where she's considered to be the actual CEO is on Tooneytown Wrestling in the Headlock Headlines. We made that joke last week. But I'm actually doing an interesting Facelock feature right now, not to, divert,
plug your shit, Marv.
I'm not. It's not even a plug. I wanted to get your take on this because so I'm watching WrestleMania 1, 10, 20, and 30, and I want to examine how things have changed with each decade. And so I watched 1, Oh, so WrestleMania 1 is horrible, and it took me like 3 days to get through it. I mean, it's so weird.
I've
Like
probably 10 times.
From Mean Gene singing the national anthem to just the weird way they would do the pre-match promos.
Right.
So weird.
Who was backstage? Lord Alfred.
No, Lord Alfred Hayes was basically like the hype up video.
Right. And he's they're coming to the ring, and I think and then you see them walk behind him.
Andre the Giant has been said that he's going to slam Big John Studd, and if he can't do it, then he's going to get $15,000. But if he can't, then he's going to leave professional wrestling forever. Back to you, Gino.
That's so good, dude.
I never knew I could do a Lord Alfred Hayes.
Yeah, totally.
Literally the first time I ever tried to do that voice.
Man, that's what PWT is all about, right there.
1 to 10 is such a major jump,
right?
And so then I'm sitting there, and I'm trying to grade things on okay, what was match of the night? What was the worst match? What was the best story? What was the match of the night for WrestleMania 10 was the hottest thing I had to try to figure out, because you got Brett. What was
the main? 10 was
so 10 was when they did Brett and Owen, Yoko, Lex, and then Brett faced the winner of Yoko and Lex. So it was Brett and Yoko at the end. I was like, well, what's the match of the night? Is it Owen and Brett, or is it Razor and Shawn in the ladder match? Because both of those matches are just stellar.
The ladder match, oh man, that to me is like an all-timer.
I think that's
Owen and Brett though is all.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, no, you go ahead.
No, I think I had to go with the ladder match because of just the significance that it had on wrestling.
Right. On just overall on wrestling, but also though, Bret Hart as a Canadian will put him over. He can take a W for that as well, because that was something he sort of innovated in Calgary, and he man, that match too is just resonates with me. But I gotta go ladder match, even though I'm Canadian, man, I lean to Shawn. I love Bret. He's one of the goats all time. He's one of my goats for sure. But fucking goddamn it, Shawn Michaels was just he encompasses like the entertainment aspect of it as well, like that.
The finish of Bret and Yokozuna is the stupidest, worst finish,
the dumbest shit of all time.
In the Yokozuna literally just falls off the top rope, just falls, and Bret covers him. Like, Bret doesn't get up and powerbomb him or something from the second rope. He doesn't do anything to make him fall. He just falls off the second rope.
We gotta keep him strong.
Yeah, that really kept him strong. I was looking up, was this a botch? Like, did something happen? So I'm looking up to see if anyone's talking about it. And they're somebody was like, oh, well, I always thought of it as Yokozuna went through 2 matches and so did Bret, but Bret had the better conditioning, and that's why Yoko fell. And then somebody was like, yeah, but the commentators didn't actually put that over. And I was like, if that was the story, one of the commentators out there was freaking Vince. So you figure it would have gotten put over. But I don't know, man. It was just a really bad ending.
Oh no, it was the best ending. We kept him strong. Fuji threw the dust, and then he slipped off the middle rope. Yeah, it's genius.
Oh God!
I told
so many managers.
I like managers. I'm okay with the.
No, I love managers. I think wrestling is missing managers. I think it's a forgotten art. You got what do you got now? MVP, and you've got Heyman, and that's it.
Maxine, I consider Maxine as well. I know people are like,
yeah.
she's kind of wrestling. I'm
she's
I know.
In the ring now. She's making that transition.
Yeah. Okay. I think
she's going full. She's going full Johnny Polo.
Mercedes being exposed on commentary is pretty ironic. Yeah, it was awful. She was really bad on commentary.
Look, I watched that Dynamite, and I
saw that you were live tweeting it, man.
So I did a little
live replay tweeting it.
I did a little experiment with it because I'm like, you know what? Everyone always gives me crap for crapping on AEW, so I'm gonna watch Dynamite.
Yeah,
and I am gonna tweet only the things that I like.
I've done that. I've been there, dude.
And it didn't make a lick of difference in people's perceptions, but that whole match, I wasn't able to say a single thing. No. And especially her on commentary, she was awful.
She was awful. It was too much. It was like, well, if this is a quick match, she could have just got her shit in and got out, and you could have made her look really good. And then, but no, they got to be taken to the limit. And then it's just always just. It's like Eric Bischoff says, oh, if people get mad at Bischoff, whatever, dude. It's just a series of angles that don't really, it's not really storytelling or anything there. And she's not doing anything to get storytelling over through her commentary. Like, what's her direct, it's people are gonna be like, what the fuck? But when Logan Paul comes into this business for a year and is better than you on commentary, wrestler, it goes for any wrestler. Like, give your head a shake, like figure out what you're doing. You know what I mean?
Logan Paul came in like, I mean, not to make a reference to a song, but he came in like a wrecking ball. Like, he came in there and was just good. He was just good at everything.
Yeah,
he looked the part. He was able to speak. He was able to work. I mean, look, Kevin Owens has been making him earn his stripes the last couple of months, because anytime Kevin Owens gets his hands on that boy, he eviscerates his soul. You can always tell when Kevin Owens is like taking care of somebody, when he does that senton. Like, when he gives Logan Paul the senton, it is just every bit of his weight.
Yeah, I feel like that's what KO and Randy have been doing with Randy too with Logan. Like, they're making him earn it. Like, you earn your stripes, man. And
you know what? I bet you Logan is okay. Like hey,
he gets it, bro. It's whatever it is. At first, my whole thing was like, dude, I was like, if he can get it, he's gonna be great. But his first Mania match with Miz, I was like, I don't think he gets selling. I was like, I don't think he gets it. I don't think he gets why he's supposed to. Okay, but bro, now he's just one of the best sellers on the show. He's selling so good. It's like, what the fuck? This kid must have read Twitter, watches the show, PWT. What's going on here? Logan Paul listens, confirmed.
Let me ask you this. What do you think about his brother going up against Mike Tyson?
Yeah, so okay. I like that you asked me this because I like to bring up the shoot fighting stuff. I don't know if the pro
we'll see how much of a shoot fight this is.
Yeah, and that's exactly it. So my whole thing is Tyson is only going to be effective in big bursts. You know this even from his training footage. You just see little 10-second clips of he was walking with a cane before, dude. It's fucked up. They're even fighting. I'm going to look at whoever the dog is. If Jake's a dog, I'm inclined to just put money on him, just because I just feel it's a work. I think Jake might win by decision by just papping him and kind of running away.
No one can win by decision. There's going to be no decision, no judges.
Oh, so they won't announce the decision winner is one of the rules.
If there's no knockout, it's a draw.
That's what the Logan Floyd fight was, and Logan Paul still brings up the Floyd fight, and that pisses me off because it's like, bro, you are so much bigger than that guy that it doesn't matter if you went in there and starched Floyd. He's still a GOAT. Compared to you, he's so much smaller. When Jake Paul calls out Canelo Alvarez, it's like, bro, you're so much bigger. Yeah, I'm watching. Ricky is knocked out and not kicking out. What the fuck? Let me rewind that. Anyways, my thoughts on Mike Tyson. I think he's going to come out in a flurry and actually knock Jake Paul dead. Or
you think he can do it with 16
if that doesn't happen in a flurry, because there's no way Paul could even handle. Because the 2 minutes is okay with me, because that gives Tyson more time to just burst and then rest. So that's okay with me. And I think if it's a shoot, then Mike in his head is why he's okay with that rule. Because I think in his head, he's going, shit, shorter rounds are better for me. But here's the thing. He literally quit his podcast and he quit doing all of this other shit. And apparently Dana White, who's good friends with him and his family, said his wife was like, no, he's unleashing, he's being serious about this. And he quit his podcast. His podcast is super successful, man. He quit that shit because he said it in interviews. And this is why he didn't quit for the Roy Jones fight, because it's come out that was an exhibition where, but you just said it. This is an exhibition where they don't announce a winner. So that's just goofy. It's just, if you have money, put it on decision. But if Tyson doesn't just flurry KO him, then it's bullshit.
That is the thing. Mike Tyson is considered the greatest boxer of all time. If he goes in there and he goes the distance with this kid, and look, Jake Paul's not a pushover. I'm not saying that.
No, he
ain't Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson is
not world class yet, but
no one's making Jake Paul's Punch Out. For Nintendo. At the end of the day, he's gonna go. Mike Tyson is gonna go in there, and he is gonna have, unless he is gone completely soft Hollywood, which I cannot imagine.
No,
he is gonna go. Even if he told Jake Paul, yeah, we're gonna go easy on you, man. We're gonna go in there, we're gonna do some stuff, and we're gonna. He's gonna go in there and knock his goddamn head off.
Right. And apparently the Roy Jones fight, there was an agreement: no big brutal headshots and no knockouts. Like that was in the contract. Like neither of you can like starch each other, or you forfeit your purse or something. So Tyson,
at the end of the day, also like this is being done in a major stadium.
This is what I mean, dude. And isn't this and this is for Netflix? Like
Netflix.
I'm
yeah,
so
it's not even
sorry,
like a pay-per-view.
I don't think here's my whole thing. I don't think you can go and work a match for all that. I think that's like incriminating almost. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, I think if they go on Netflix on this huge event that I'll be watching, everyone will be watching, and they go and try and work a shoot, dude, I can sniff it. I've seen a million of them. I can point them out to you. I can point out when Crow Cops. I can point out when one guy knows and the other doesn't. I've watched so much Pride Fighting Championship all the way.
Crow Cop. There's a name I haven't heard in 20 years,
bro. I'm a fucking dude. I like, yeah. People don't even know. Like Alberto Del Rio fought Mirko Crow Cop in Pride FC, right? Alberto Del Rio wore a fucking mask and called himself Dos Caras or something like that, right? And then Crow Cop head kicked him. Well, okay. I mean, they were building up Crow Cop. Like Alberto was told, hey, his left high kick's coming. Be ready. And so he just ate a fucking high kick and went down. Like it is what it is. You know, it's what they used to do in Japan. The lines of pro wrestling and MMA in Japan have been blurred for decades. And so there's so many infamous worked shoot works, brother, that like Dan Severn's been a part of, and a lot of Ken Shamrock and lots of people, that if they go on Netflix and try and work a shoot, dude, I'm gonna sniff it out. I'll call it out when it happens, but I think Tyson is gonna stiff him in my Mark fantasy dream.
You know what? Like, you know what? Here's what people want at the end of the day. They want Rocky Balboa, the Rocky Balboa movie.
Oh, of course.
When old Rocky goes in there and he recaptures the magic, like you want a Mike Tyson fight out of this. You want this to be Hulk Hogan at WrestleMania 18 when he started hulking up against The Rock and the entire world lost its mind.
Right.
Like you want to recapture that nostalgia. I mean, like, and the feel of I was like a little kid during like the big Tyson reign, okay? But like I even remember like the bigness that surrounded a Mike Tyson fight.
Mm-hmm.
There was nothing like it. I mean, boxing has never recovered from a Mike Tyson from the Mike Tyson era when
I would say
wasn't able.
Yeah, I would say now the heavyweights are in a good position. They're doing a good job, but at the same time, like, okay, Joshua and Fury haven't fucking fought in. It's like I don't even care about that fight. That's what Pacquiao and Mayweather. Like, it's impossible to make fights. That's why the UFC is GOAT, because they make the fights people want to see. So here we have Lady Frost versus Thunder Rosa. I love both of these ladies, and they're both on Collision. Lady Frost is primarily on Ring of Honor, but she's just got a really cool look. She's super jacked. She's a babe, and she works really well. And yeah, Thunder Rosa should be like a top talent in AEW, I feel like, but no, like I think she has shoot heat with Britt. Anyways, though, yeah, we have some member chats. Sorry guys, I hope you guys like the shoot fight talk there for a bit too.
It's Mike Tyson. It's Mike Tyson and Logan Paul's brother. It's he relevant.
Transcends, dude. Prediction: Cody wins the title. Priest cashes in. It would sort of repeat Dusty getting the title and having taken. Yeah, you're right. And also,
I thought about that the other day.
This is what I was thinking about. So it took fucking Dusty. It took Dusty 3 times to beat Flair, and then when he did beat Flair, he lost the belt to him. He lost the belt to him 2 weeks later, 14 days later. He lost the belt back to him. So I could see, because of what I was saying, like, oh, the marks are gonna fucking just get tired of Cody real quick and be like, who's next for him and blah blah blah. Fickle fans. What if that's the plan? What if Cody beats Roman at Mania and then he fucking loses it to The Rock or some crazy shit? Like,
he's not losing it to Priest. They're not going from Roman as your champion to Damian Priest
to Cody to Priest or whatever. Yeah, that's not how you do it. But I just imagine that if Cody does win it and then just like his dad, like 2 weeks later he loses it or on Raw or something, that'd be fucking crazy. I don't know if that would get over with fans, but it might be the way you give them what they want and then also give them what's best for business, not to sound shilly Shilton, but that's right. It's the old adage, but it's what I mean, it speaks what's best for business is what's best for pro wrestling. So, greetings, Marvin. Hope your night's going well.
Greetings, John.
John JID. I'd like to see MJF in NXT, but we know he's staying. Cena said when he talked to him at the Iron Claw premiere that he'd like to see him play for the other team someday. Yep. And me too. Julia Hart won the title without a contract to AEW or ROH. That's really all I need to know about Ho. You meant how they are going to handle the women's titles. Athena deserves better. Athena deserves to be. So Athena, I don't know how familiar you are with her. Ember Moon. She was on Raw. Her finisher got really over in NXT. She was really over. Went to Raw.
I vaguely remember that.
Right. Didn't get pushed too well. Goes to AEW. Huge pop. Starts getting over on Dynamite. But then for some reason, Tony Khan's like, no, we're going to stick her on the YouTube shows, Dark and Dark Elevation. So she starts getting over on there by like work injuring people, like work shooting on them in the ring, you know, like that was like her whole angle. And then Tony Khan goes, oh yeah, we'll have her win the Ring of Honor title. And then he just sticks her on Ring of Honor. And then no one knows about her anymore. And then she manages to get over in Ring of Honor again. She fucking starts doing this thing with Billy Starks and the backstage lady. I'm so sorry. She's marrying Big Bill. I forget her name. Lexi Nair. They start doing this gimmick where it's like the Minions in action or MIA or some shit. The Minions, and they're her and she starts getting over in Ring of Honor. And then still just like, where is she? Like they don't use her on Dynamite. She knows how to get over. She's one of the best workers on the roster, in my opinion, as a fan. And I don't know, dude. Are you familiar with her? Like, what do you think about them? Just
not super familiar.
Okay, yeah, it's I don't know. It's unfortunate. Cardona owns the Zack Ryder trademark, so if he goes back, it'll be Cardona, not Ryder. Yeah, from everything. I think so, dude. Yeah, from everything I know, he's gonna be Matt Cardona, or he just won't go back to WWE. It's like really that simple with him. You know what I mean? Because he knows he can make that money. He could go to AEW.
I'd like to see him go to TNA personally.
Well, he's there now, actually. So that's why everyone's marking out about this.
Okay.
This Collision thing is that he walked through the forbidden door. He showed up and answered Edge's open challenge but here's the thing. Him and Steph DeLander, who I love, we played her music video, Two Bad Bitches. I should play it for you, Marv. I like making you cringe, dude. I like making you cringe. I should play it for him, guys. But yeah, as I pull it up here, Two Bad Bitches, Steph DeLander and Rebecca with a 3 because she's cool, or Becca or whatever. But anyway, Steph DeLander returns. She gets Cardona came in, hit a Rough Rider on Rosemary, and then DeLander pins her. And apparently they're signed on like a per appearance basis, but there's like a limited time. You know what I mean? So like there's a time of the TNA contract, but they can work wherever, but they get paid per appearance. So that's like Cardona could just do that forever for the rest of his life. He doesn't really need WWE. And I still think you could put him in the Hall of Fame with an IC title win. You know what I mean? What do you think? Yeah, I mean,
Coco this is what I always say. Coco Beware is in the WWE Hall of Fame. You just had to have wrestled there at some point.
I'm trying to find this song. It has a weird name. It's like okay, I got it right here. I'm gonna play this for you because here we go. Boom, boom. Here we go. Let's share this. I don't know. It says Vivo, but they might have just worked that. They probably did, and I got worked like a fucking mark. I was like, I think one of them's got a deal or something. Like, listen to this.
SDL. 2 bad bitches, 1 hot track. B3 CCA, bitch. 2 bad bitches, 1 hot track. Hello.
What the frick did you just subject me to? What is this? Is that supposed to be music? Have I become that old man now that just like when they hear modern music, they just hear.
There's no way this is all the hits. This is what Steph has linked in her fucking thing. They put Vivo here, subscribe. This is a real Vivo, 19 subs. Like, I'm not trying to be a hater. I didn't realize and shoot Harry Aaron directed it, but they just did this to like get their tag team on the indies over. Like, I think they're trying to be kind of cringe, but they thought it would go viral, but I don't think it
most annoyed I've been on a live stream in the last week.
Well, you get ready for more.
I mean, you don't. My friends are rich and you're looking hella pro. With Matt, I'm the real rough rider.
Oh, no.
My ass must be tired. Slow mo know secret villain Zack Snyder. You talk shit, but I know you're a subscriber. DSL on our lips because we're not.
How do you like that Zack Snyder bar, dude? How do you like that?
Oh no, no.
Oh my god,
Why,
dude.
and now you gotta bring Zack Snyder into this as if I'm not in a bad enough mood.
We're not Hannah Montana acting like Miley.
Like Miley.
Can't stop us for the life of the party. Got your man squirming, Scotty too hottie. STL with
Is this Scotty Too Hottie reference?
Yeah, dude. Got your man squirming. Scotty Too Hottie.
Oh no.
CCA with the 3 because I'm cool. FaceTime, outside, say hi. 2 bad bitches, 1 hot track.
BECCA with a 3 because I'm cool.
How much longer does? Oh, thank God you turned it
Yeah,
off.
yeah, don't worry, bro.
I really thought you were going to subject me to the whole 2 minutes of that, and that was just that would have been that would have violated the Geneva Convention in some way.
Oh my God! Hey,
You started
like
some Canada United States war over this.
Oh man, I love it. I love it, guys. That's what PWT is all about. The infantry sounds like a post-hardcore band. I gotta really catch up on. Yeah, I'm real behind on these chats. A while ago, I heard Danielson say he got it from the MMA fighter. Sorry, Diego. So he admitted he got it from Diego Sanchez. Okay, there you go. Shout out Danielson. I thought Jade's entrance was fire. Then she spoke. She needs time in NXT. We can agree. Jade said something about a weather report. I couldn't take her seriously. Yeah, they're trying to WWE her up. That was a little cornball.
Yeah, it was bad.
Everything about her debut except the promo was awesome. Bailey winning off EO. Bianca turns heel on Bailey. Thoughts?
Nah, they're not turning Bianca heel anytime soon.
Okay, there you go. You heard it here first. Martina, he's not. Okay, you're responding to. I'm just showing all comments now. Fuck it, guys. We're just going. I'm working my way through the early WWF, listening to John McAdams' podcast. I haven't seen Mania 1 yet, and I can't wait to watch it now. Yeah, I've been rewatching. So on the Patreon, we started doing every pay-per-view in pro wrestling, and we started with Antonio Inoki versus Muhammad Ali, who's the WWE Hall of Famer. It was a shoot, work, shoot match. So it started as it was supposed to be a work, and then it kind of turned to a shoot, and then both guys didn't know if they were working or shooting, so they started shooting, and then they both started kind of working in the middle of the fight. So it's very interesting for the history of both pro wrestling and MMA. It's insane. And then I'm gonna do Starcades and then WrestleMania, of course. So that'll be coming. But yeah, WrestleMania 1, Marv was just talking about it. At the end of the day, it's Jake Paul versus a god. Jake Paul knows even if he woke Mike up out of a drunken stupor and put gloves on him, Junk would still be in trouble. Jake's taking the L and getting paid.
I mean, look, Mike is also going to be wearing 16-ounce gloves. I mean, it's basically pillows on his hand.
Now, here's some arguments that, okay, so me, just from being around the gym and people talking and stuff, the things I've trained and stuff, I boxed. So people go, well, the bigger glove sometimes gives you a larger circumference, and so certain guys with power can use that to fucking hit with a larger. So maybe Tyson's looking at it that way too, but I just think that's so. I don't get into the conspiracies of fighting like that. As soon as you start changing the glove sizes and stuff, and like hydration clauses and all these things, I just go, there's something afoot, like you're manipulating. Let's just fight. Like Mike Tyson used to say, Queensberry rules. Right now, anyone in the parking lot, Queensberry rule, under Queensberry rules, I kill you, So just fight it, just do it, run it how it runs.
I take the roll off if it keeps me from killing y'all. That was an actual quote. Dude, he was like, I take the Zol off.
I'm impregnable,
killing you all.
Bro, he's insane. He was. I love Mike Tyson. He's one of the goats, dude, of boxing. Lennox Lewis too. I was a big fan of him. He beat Tyson. Just that era though, it's people say like, no, Tyson wasn't the GOAT because he killed everyone, but a lot of them were kind of scrubs in that era, but a lot of them were legit. But it is true, like the big guy, like the Holyfield and the Lennox Lewis's, once he fought those really high level dudes, he got fucking
and I will tell you, even if it's not a work, there's no way they're going under like 4 rounds. Because could you imagine if the bell rang and Tyson knocked him out in 10 seconds?
I think that's what's going to happen. That's what I dream is going to happen. Here's the problem. That's like my feeling. Like if it was like throw one right now, life or death, I would just go Tyson flurries him real fast. Here's the thing though. Can you see Tyson sleeping or laying down or agreeing to dive for Jake? If it's a work, they're just going to work it to the time limit. Then no one gets announced as the winner. Like, you know,
even if he was like, yeah, sure, I'll take care of you in there. Like, he's not going to do it. I think that he is. Well, I don't think he has gone that.
Jake Paul said on this podcast, like, we're very friendly. He was like, but when he's like, when we did the contract signing, he's like, and no cameras were there. He's like, Tyson, the energy was different. He wouldn't even like, he was just looking at me weird, and he wouldn't even talk. He wouldn't even hug me and shit. And I was like, dude, and then his wife said, and then he made an announcement. He's like, I quit doing the podcast. I quit my podcast, although it's been a great endeavor. He's like, you know, I'm really focusing on this camp. And then his wife talked to Dana White and was like, no, he's actually being serious about it. So I don't, if Tyson seriously wants to fight anyone, you're fucking getting knocked out, dude. In a boxing ring, I don't give a shit.
If he is actually as pumped up for this as, you know, like,
it seems, right? It could, I'm not putting it off the table. It's not a
Jake Paul better have those cheat codes for Super Punch Out.
Yeah.
If he wants to get past this.
Right. Yeah, dude. Because here's the thing, because he didn't work that fight against Tyson Fury's little brother. He really got beat up in that fight. That was a shoot fight, man. And they did a split decision, and they gave it to the other dude when it should have been like a majority decision. So like Tommy Fury, right? So he didn't work that match. Like Jake doesn't only work matches, but dude, like when he knocks out like former MMA, okay, Ben Askren had a hip replacement, guys. And he just went in there and didn't even train for the fight and said, yeah, I'll box him like when I used to box guys in college and shit. And he's a wrestler. So yeah, Jake's going to starch that guy in a shoot. Like, that's not, I'm not diminishing him, but if you're just in a boxing match, that guy's a wrestler. He doesn't even box. He has no hands, you know, he gets memed for how bad his hands are in MMA. So I don't know, man. I just think, I think this is, I'm hoping it's real. That's all I'll do. That's all I'll say. You know, that's all.
Me too. I hope it's real, but I also hope he doesn't knock him out in 10 seconds.
Yeah, because that's like Tyson. Of what people were getting mad, like, what the fuck? They had to be like, dude, we'll give your money back.
They were buying these pay-per-views, and he was winning in minutes.
Yeah, dude. So it is what it is, man. I really hope Roxanne beats Lyra for the title. At Stand and Deliver, Julia confronts her. Lyra Rain hasn't excited me at all. Yeah, Lyra, you're Kyle Mulkey. You're on the same page as me with that. Julia there would be nice. I don't know if she's going to be there. Let me ask you, can someone tell me in the chat, how are they doing Stand and Deliver? Like, it's on the same day as WrestleMania Night 1, so is it just during the day? I'm not privy to that. I don't know what's going on with that. So anyone knowing Jordan Grace's contract is up? I'd love to see her against Ripley. Yeah, I mean, that'd be great, but like, Rhea's losing the belt to Becky, guys. The way they're building Becky,
I don't think so.
I hope Rhea wins, man.
I think Rhea holds it another year because the money matches her and Bianca.
I hope so, because god damn it, man, the way they're fucking just building Becky up right now and just making her look superwoman. Maybe, well, yeah, that's to get Rhea over more, but the only person who can beat Rhea, when you have these long title reigns, I keep booking. Fantasy Mark booked it with Okada and Gunther. I was like, dude, just have him be like, I've studied the whole roster. No one can beat me. It's WrestleMania. I have an open challenge. Anyone on the roster can come out and I'll beat them. And then Okada comes out and beats Gunther for the IC title. And you're like, what the fuck? And then that's like for the marks, but then you introduce Okada on a big, or someone like Jay White, whoever you're bringing in, like if they're going to bring in Will Ospreay, one of these international guys, I was like, that's how you book them. And then Gunther can get the belt back off. But like, because the story, it keeps Gunther strong. Like, he didn't know to study anyone who's not on the roster. Like, he's not, but they're kind of diverting away from like the mat is sacred, like Ludwig's chasing pussy and cutting these promos where he's in art galleries and shit. They're kind of moving away. So I don't know. He's going to lose that belt too. But my whole thing is, if you're going to bring someone in to beat Ripley, to bring it back to that, I think you got to just you just got to have Jordan Grace show up and beat her. And then it's like, what the fuck? You just create a moment like when Undertaker beat Brock, where everyone's like, what? Like, no fucking way. Almost where people are disgusted, but you're just intrigued by it. Like, well, what the fuck is going to,
when Undertaker lost to Brock, that dude, I've never seen a show come down.
Even me watching it, my body is like,
the only time I've ever seen the air come out of a building like to that extent was when Owen Hart died.
Dude, when I was in grade 7 and 8, I was gonna be like, I would say, like, dude, if I ever get to a day where Undertaker loses at WrestleMania, I'll stop watching wrestling. I used to say that when I was a kid, and then it happened, and I was like, well, I'm not gonna stop.
By the way, from that statement, I mean that people were more deflated when Owen Hart died. I mean, I'm saying it's the only time I saw anything worse than that. But like, this was the time that I saw the people be the most deflated by something that wasn't death.
Yes, dude. Yes. Well, so wait a minute. The Owen Hart thing, like, were you there or did you watch the pay-per-view?
I was, I think I watched it scrambled because it was the late 90s and
Yeah.
that's what I used to do.
Yeah.
Because it's before digital cable. So you if you turned it to like channel, like, I don't even remember. It was one of the upper channels. It was like the pay-per-view channel and you could like vaguely see it. You just had to like basically close your eyes and let Jim Ross take you there.
Yeah, dude, I was such a young Mark at the time where he was like, because he was doing the Blue Blazer thing and he was off TV so long that I didn't realize. I was like, was he not in WWF? Like, I remember at the time I was like, oh, he was still in WWF when they said it, and I was just so sad. The saddest I ever was though was when Eddie and Benoit died back to back, and like, obviously Benoit, we don't need to get into it, but like before all that, him and Eddie were my two favorite wrestlers. So like WrestleMania 20 was like the pinnacle of fucking, for me, I was marking out so hard. That to me is one of, even though people go, oh, that one's not that great. To me, it's like 17, it's like 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Those were like that string of greatest WrestleManias of all time. Like 17 through 20 were like just the best of all time.
Can I tell you the weirdest freaking thing from the Benoit Eddie situation? I remember, and look, I like Mick Foley. I think he's a really nice guy. I think he's, a legend and all that.
He's great.
He did an interview shortly after, like maybe a year or so after Benoit died, and he was like, oh, well, at the time Chris was like writing letters to Eddie Guerrero like in a notebook. He's like, and I was struck. I wanted to write this book called Letters to Eddie where I just try to capture, and I'm like, don't you friggin' dare.
No,
like, dude, don't you dare. How could you
bro.
possibly think that you could put yourself into the mindset of that situation? Like, do not do it. And thank God he didn't do it.
Yeah, and one of the classiest things Chris Jericho's ever done too was he opened his podcast up to like Nancy's family and really pushed for like,
Yeah, but no, he did that, and then he told Nancy's family that he understands why a man would want to kill his wife.
Is that what he said to them?
He said something along those lines. It was like something like ridiculously inappropriate.
Jesus Christ.
He like says it to Nancy's sister. Dude, Jericho's his second book, I think it is, Undisputed. He throws a temper tantrum for the entire book about how you can't watch his matches with Benoit anymore. Because at the time, the matches just like didn't exist anymore. So every time he'd mention a match with Benoit, he would then go like, it's a shame that the match, like, is lost to history and you'll never see it again or something like that. Every time he mentioned one. And I'm like, dude, people died. You're worried about your matches?
No, you're right.
I remember I said to a friend when I'm reading that, I'm like, you know what? I think Chris Jericho might be an asshole.
Well, a lot of people have asked me to read and review Jim Cornette going over Jericho's review of himself versus RVD at a pay-per-view or some shit from.
I read that when it was up live. Like I remember.
Yeah, so I will do that on the show if you guys want.
I was a huge,
maybe later. Let me know in the chat.
I was a huge Jericho fan back then, and I used to check his website.
I still think he's one of the all-timers. He's one of the all-timers for sure. Still, even though he's kind of, you would agree with that or what? All time?
No. One time I used to say, look, but when you say all time, all time encompasses your entire career. I'm sorry, like,
okay,
you having a good stretch for a decade does not make the back decade of your career.
Yeah, really. Actually, when you break it down, like, hold on. How many good decades? So, like, he was in WCW. Because in the early years,
New Japan, Mexico, WCW, WWE, all good stuff.
So
right?
You could say that was good shit, like all because he went like Japan, Ultimo Dragon took him under his wing. We covered it actually on the Patreon. We had a series called Chris Jericho Fall from Grace. So he goes to Japan, he goes to Germany, he goes to all these different places. Him and Lance Storm are doing things. Smoky Mountain, everything, right? And then so that's like a good run. So you could say, okay, that's a great like youngster run. Then he does his WCW shit, which was really good. Like that's where I first discovered him, and he got over with me was WCW. And then he goes to WWE. They put him there with The Rock. He's the first undisputed champion. Beats Austin and Rock in the same night. Does all this great shit. And then as he goes on in his career, like really think about it. Like let's say like. How long has he been in the business? He says like 30 years. Yeah. So let's say like 15 of those, maybe more, were like really strong. No, do you not agree with that? Or would you say like it's been mostly shit? What?
No, I mean, I don't really think it got to be shit until, I mean, look, I don't even think his later WWE stuff was shit. Like,
no,
when
he
went like part-time and he would like come back just whenever like there was somebody, that's when the Vampirico, like, showed up when he would just become a parasite. and he would just see whoever was over in the moment, and he would come back to work with them and glom off them, and then he'd go away. And that's why he got so incensed when they made him work with Fandango.
Dude, didn't he beat Fandango at WrestleMania?
I don't know. I don't remember.
No. I think Fandango beat him. Yeah,
I think Fandango beat him, and Fandango
beat him with the
leg
drop.
He brings it up still to this day. He brings that up, and he brings up like him and Kevin Owens not being the main event of WrestleMania.
Yeah, that's whatever. I mean, yeah. But so then you think AEW's tarnished him enough? Basically, what I was getting at was like, if we break down his career, you think AEW, this latest shit, has really just tarnished him enough? Like, what do you think it is, man? It's something so weird that just, I don't want to be like he's an egotist and it just all got to his head all of a sudden, but I don't know, man. Just everything about it, he's just funny to watch. I mean, look, I love it.
It's almost cliche to call it a midlife crisis, but it's a midlife crisis.
Yeah,
it's you know, like when he was confident. It's, you know, it's what I always say about you know, responding to critics and, you know, things like that. Like the greatest revenge we can take on our critics is success. And when you are confident in yourself and in your skills, that's when you don't respond to things, or you accept, or you laugh at jokes. Like Will Ospreay laughed at the thing that Alfred guy did. You know, the joke that the spoof that he did on him. It's because Will Ospreay knows that he's good. And you know, Tony Khan and Jericho snip back at people because they are insecure. Jericho knows he's out of shape. He can't do the things he used to do anymore, and he's clinging to it so desperately. And now this is a guy who has tried for years to get out of wrestling, to be known for anything else, whether it was music or whether it was, he tried to be an actor, he tried to do game shows, he went on Dancing with the Stars, and, you know, the whatever, I don't know if it was Dancing with the Stars or if it was The Masked Singer, whatever the heck it was. He did a bunch of like those kinds of shows, celebrity duets maybe. He really wanted to be known for something other than wrestling, and it never happened. And so he goes back to wrestling, but now he's got to just, you know, cling to that.
Yeah, when Kevin Smith makes a movie, he'll play someone in that, and otherwise
I hate that he got involved with Kevin Smith, because I'm like, come on.
It was funny though, they made a joke because way back in the day, when AEW was first a thing, they Jay and Silent Bob were promoting their movie, Jay and Silent Bob Reboot or whatever, and they were supposed to appear on SmackDown, and then they booked to also appear on Dynamite, the debut, one of the earliest, like episode 1 or 2, right? And so when WWE, they were like, oh, you're gonna go work with, like, you're gonna appear on Dynamite. They're like, yeah. And WWE's like, all right, we cancel you. Like, you're not coming on our show. You're not coming to SmackDown. And then Jericho was helping promote because he played someone in one of the Kevin Smith movies. I think a Klan member or some crazy shit. And
he was a Klan. He was a Klan member.
Yeah, Klansman and that was a Kevin Smith movie there. So they were doing an interview together, and it was just a funny, I should dig it up and just EFAP it to you guys, but they make the joke that Jay and Silent Bob were the first casualties of the Wednesday Night War or whatever. I thought that shit was funny. So I don't know. I don't mind if wrestlers getting into acting. Jericho's been okay in every part, but
I've never disliked
Batman on Batman every week, or whenever it's on, rather, every month.
I've never disliked him in an acting role. Yeah. It's just not a thing that ever really took off for him. And then I don't know, man.
He's like Tony Khan in so many ways. He has the means to live his rock star life now, you know?
When you see him when you see him on TV, there is a almost like there's a reek of desperation about him now. This desperation to maintain relevancy, to maintain a top spot, to cling to, whatever fame he still has. He can't ride off in the sunset. He became the guys in WCW that he complained about.
Hairline's in the chat, not to switch subjects. Hairline loves the Jericho topic. I wish he could jump in. He's at like a midget wrestling show. That's what it's called down there, guys. Don't get mad at me. They call it that, okay? So where he is in his neck of the woods, that's just what the shit is called. And he's gonna come, he might pop in, but he loves the Jericho topic. I see he's in the chat. And Hairline, I wish he could get in on this because he loves it, but yeah, he's at a show. He might pop in a little bit later. Here, I got to get to some of these.
I see one comment on Jericho. It says Jericho knew Benoit as a close friend and has never accepted the fact that the way he went out has forever tainted how the general public will view him. And I do see that. I definitely agree with that. But at the end of the day, he's a murderer. It's like, I get that he's your friend, but at the end of the day, he killed 2 people.
Right. And and just even if his brain's messed up, it's just such a messy topic. It's just weird when people got triggered.
Look, there are plenty of people in this world who had concussions and didn't commit double murder.
Right.
There has to be that
something else.
That darkness, that darkness, that instinct has got to be in you first. You don't just
kills me. I met him as a kid, and he was
place.
like my hero, dude. I shook his hand, and he was all fucking solid, rock solid. And I was a kid, and I was like, oh my god, I love Benoit, And then, dude, just that shit. Fucking the set and Eddie. Man,
I'm about to watch WrestleMania 20, dude. I mean, like,
was my all-time favorite WrestleMania, just because of like the sentimental value for a person. I'm gonna cry about it on the show. No, but like it was just I just watched it with my grandfather and my father, and it was a beautiful WrestleMania. And
my favorite moment in modern day, going back and watching WrestleMania 20, is the end of the show when Eddie Guerrero comes out and hugs himself in the middle of the ring.
Yeah, or at least that's how the 2K video games depict it. So sorry, and I got distracted there. I had something to bring up. Hairline provoked a thought in me, but I'm watching Lance Archer and Shibata were trading punches in the middle of the ring. So Shibata's with the Bumbaclot Club, and then they're fighting Archer and the Righteous. And then you had Shibata and Archer, who's like a 7-foot tall guy. They're just trading maybe not that. Maybe he's like, I don't know. He's like maybe 6'5" or 6'6". He's just or maybe taller than that. Actually, I'm probably talking out of my ass. 6'7". He's a big motherfucker. He's towering over all these guys. He's trading blows with Shibata, who I'm like, he's like 6 feet maybe. So I don't know. That was a little trippy. Danielson pulling like he was just in Mexico here on Collision. So shout out Danielson. It happened hours ago, but that's where I am in the show. More chats here. How Jericho looked in the early 2010s and the popularity he had then is gone now. He's just an old wrestler who doesn't look good. People know him now from WWE, not AEW. Yeah, I mean, that's how it's always going to be, though. If you've been in WWE, you're going to be known for WWE and not AEW, right? Because it came after. So unless you're like an MJF, and like no one's going to remember any of the AEW shit unless you're like, I mean, I guess Cody, but whenever he brings up Bullet Club, the fucking crowd goes crickets. Like he brought up Bullet Club, like the other
I know, like he brought up the Bullet Club, and I was like, what happened? Did Gargano just come out or something? Because like everyone got really quiet.
You guys, I haven't Hairline's here. He would, he would get mad at me if I don't plug this link. I'm gonna plug this link really quick, and then we're gonna get in. I haven't even whipped open Phil's bookmarks yet, so why don't we do some of that? UFC's trending as well. I'll throw the fights on after maybe. Kyle Mulkey. Hold on though. Just let me read this one. TK is harming the business. Yeah, guys. And if I don't get to your member chats as well, I'm super sorry. I try to get to them all, but like a super chat or whatever, if you gift memberships, you'll for surely get whatever read. I can assure you, but I'm sorry if I can't get to it all. We're going to look at some bookmarks, but I'm going to play you guys. There's 50 of you in here. We need 30 likes on the show at least. You guys, you got to like me up 30, 35.
Yeah, I've actually got to duck out, Phil. I'm falling asleep in my chair here. So
absolutely, Marv. Everyone, round of applause for Marv. Thanks so much, Marv, for doing it.
You. Yeah.
Plug what you got to plug. Marv, plug what you got to plug.
Headlock Headlines coming out tomorrow at some point. The reason I'm so tired is I've been working on it all day. So we're gonna have a special Easter version of Headlock Headlines, I guess. And coming soon, keep your eye out probably in the next week or so. I mean, we got Toonie Talk Wrestling on Tuesday night, obviously, live 8 p.m. Eastern on YouTube, on youtube.com/@ToonWrestling. I'm also going to be doing some game streaming coming up soon. I decided I'm going to start streaming like I'll play like WWE 2K24 or something like that.
Yeah.
And, I'm also going to do a series of game streaming where Triple H is going to be the one playing, and it's going to be called Gaming with the Game. So
that's hilarious, dude.
Yeah, it
that's
should be fun.
Epic. That's a great series. Yeah, I've always had. I'm like, you know what? If all goes to shit, I'm just gonna start gaming on my stream because I got.
Do you have a PS5?
I'm an Xbox guy, so everyone will go to war over that. I'm an Xbox guy, but also
I need somebody to play Helldivers with.
Okay, well, I've heard so much about it, and I'm like, okay, I don't know. You know what, though? I'm buying new shit, so like I could switch to PlayStation, but I just don't know.
Though I think it does allow I think it allows crossplay. I'm not sure. I gotta look into it.
Okay, well, I'll look into that for sure too. Yeah, I've just been playing in any spare time I have to game anything. I've been playing SmackDown Shut Your Mouth. I'm Stone Cold,
Oh,
and
wow.
it's from PlayStation 2. Yeah, so I have all of that hooked up where I can just throw that on anytime the stream as well. So I'm like, when in doubt, I'm gonna game it out, man. So
Awesome.
I'm definitely looking forward to that. Everyone head to Toon Wrestling. On YouTube, it's at Toon Wrestling, and Toonie Talk Wrestling. I might pop in, even if it's just for a moment. Send me a link, and I'll let you know. I don't know what's up on my Tuesday yet, but hopefully I'm a little free. But everyone, make sure Tuesday nights you check that out. And thank you so much, Marv, for tapping into Pro Wrestling.
Right, thank you guys so much.
Thank you so much, man. Guys, what a treat it was. And he's gonna start gaming. That's so awesome, man. So we're gonna get a a shoot Triple H gaming. What more can you ask for? That will be epic and hilarious. Guys, we're gonna start. We had the PWT games. I'm sure if you guys check out the channel as well, PWT games. Me and Hairline were doing the WrestleMania 2000 series and doing commentary over it. We've been trying to figure out how to do that. I just have not been gaming. So I'm like, do we start a new channel? Do we just keep it on the same channel and do some game shit when we have time? I don't fucking know, but I don't know, man. Good for Marv, man. And shout him out. Thank him so much. And everyone at Toon Wrestling. That's a plug. There's 45 of you. Let's please get the likes up to like 30, 35 at least, you guys. Please, please, please. And then also I'm going to do this little plug here, guys. I don't like to do it, but I gotta do it. Don't go anywhere. I'm right here. I'm sitting right here. I'm on mic. I'm watching fucking Claudio big swing Lance Archer around and Danielson throw head kicks. We're going to get back into all the action. Everything's going to be fine. I ain't going nowhere. I'm going to read more chats. Here is just a little quick plug. I got to play you. What's happening, Pro Wrestle Times listeners? Phil Marks here, and I just had to interrupt myself babbling for 1 second to talk about Pro Wrestle Times' affiliate partnership with Fanatics and WWE Shop. That's right, you can get your favorite WWE superstar merch, tees, caps, hoodies. We're on the road to WrestleMania, folks. There's so much at WWE Shop, and if you use our affiliate link below, not only will you be directly supporting your favorite WWE superstar, but you'll be supporting PWT as well, and you'll be supporting your drip. Check your reflection, it'll look like perfection. And did I forget to mention, you'll grab all the attention by clicking PWT's official WWE Shop affiliate link below and get you some digs now. Let's get back to the show. Right, guys. Awesome. Thank you for sticking around for that little plug. So next time you're buying WWE merch, just use that fucking link and you're supporting the show and everything we're doing, and that just means so much. And WWE's the shit. Shout them out. AEW's the shit too for these matches for sure. I'm not too mad, but I'm kind of like, this match has been going way too long. It's a 6-man where it's like, I can't roast any on a Saturday night. You kind of just want to see awesome matches too. I get that whole premise of this show. That's what Collision was at the start. My girl will tell you. I was like, no, it's a party. I'm like ordering food on Saturday. Yeah, Punk's on this show. Saturday night's all right for fighting. That was my shit. Let me read more comments. Pardon me, guys. We were smoking during the ad break. 100%. TK is harming the business overall. Guys, we got to. Is he harming the business, giving wrestlers money? I don't know if he's contributing to it, but he's giving people money who I'm down for everyone getting more money. Do you know what I mean? Like, I hope you all get money. So it's claps. Yes. Mark A. Hicks. Thank you are you just getting in here, Mark A. Hicks too? Thank you for so much for becoming a member, and thank you so much for tapping in with us here. Sorry, so there's people diving, flipping over the rope. I'm getting distracted. I'm bumbling like Dave. Aubrey Edwards is in there. A kick out by Shibata. So the Righteous are taking like Shibata and Danielson to the limit. A big slap, a knockout slap, and a rear naked choke. My goodness. Yeah, I get distracted too easy. Sorry, Mark A. Hicks too. Shout you out, man. And then a big kick to Archer. So they kind of, and then a European uppercut. What the fuck? PK 1, 2, it's over. 3. So Shibata wins. Dude, they need to make Shibata and Claudio a team. Holy fuck, were they just feeding off each other well. Thanks for stopping in, Marv. Can't wait for the headlock headlines. The podcast is awesome. Yeah. Thanks, John JID. Dog Jericho during his first WWE run was my shit. It sucks that he was walking, talking meme nowadays, but I'll still have the memories. Yes, you absolutely will. Good night, Marv. Good night, Marv. Really want y'all's thoughts. People say TK saved wrestling. No, he didn't. He's heard it. Gutted NJPW and ROH, overpaying 3 times more for talent, so they just don't go anywhere else. Yeah, no, that's a really good argument. Guys, oh my goodness, a super chatter from John JID. $5. Thank you so much for the $5. We're gonna play you some music. We're not even getting to your question yet. We have to play you music, dude. You earned it. You earned this. And we earned this together. We're not even 2 hours deep. My word. Shout out John JID. Thank you so much for the question. So Collision ended, man. Here we go. Please check out Undertaker's comments on Dave Meltzer. It's hilarious. Just wanted to support the show. Man, well, you've done just that, and I appreciate you so much. So what, John JID in the chat, what do? Do I just type in Undertaker Dave Meltzer? Probably. Dummy. Yeah, let me go to YouTube. I'm going to pull that up for you, and maybe we can just EFAP that. Might as well. You came in. You said, here's 5 boners. Talk about this. So, Undertaker Dave Meltzer. I hope everyone's having a good time tonight. I don't see anything. Can you link it somehow? John JID? I don't know. Here's a video. Various wrestlers bury Dave Meltzer. Okay, so is that what you're talking about, John JID? Various wrestlers bury Dave Meltzer. I see like Undertaker's one of the aforementioned various wrestlers. Thank you for the $5 super chat. And you do support the show. Your support is uncanny, my friend. I illegally stream all the AEW I watch and ROH and the other promotions. Just happens to pop up on there. I don't know who pays. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, we're not gonna. I don't have Honor Club, but I do watch ROH sometimes. I'll just put it that way. But I do record. I do go out of my way to. Yeah. You know. You guys know. We're all in the same boat. We're all human beings here. Okay, guys. So is that what you were talking about, John JID, though? Let me know. Let me know if that's what you were talking about. Was that little Meltzer Undertaker thing there? Guys, always remember, it doesn't make logical sense. It makes perfect wrestling bookings. Well, let's just play it. Fuck it. You guys, we're here. We're here doing this together. I need to put here, before we do it though, you're all just going to hang out with me. I'm going to switch over to UFC, which is hopefully still live. And then you can get it's a quote from Undertaker's podcast. Sir, then you have to link it or you have to tag me in it, because all I can find is this video that is 6 years old where Undertaker is just one little snippet of it. So if you could please, sir, tag me in that or whatever. And I do like Undertaker's podcast. I don't listen to it frequently, but I'll check out a clip. You guys, they made a WWE Legends biography on Roman Reigns already. That's insane. Already. I watch all of the I watch all of the Rivals as well, like Legends, Rivals, hosted by Freddie Prinze, all of that shit. I love all of those shows, dude. Or like I throw them on. I listen. I'm a listener and a glancer. You know what I mean? Except for if there's like Cardona Edge, I was glued. That main event was really good too, actually. It just went too long. I was actually kind of glued to that too. Cesaro and Shibata were really impressive. See, guys, we love AEWs here. There's 41 of you in the chat. Let's see what the likes are at. You guys, we got to get, hold on. Let me, boop, 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 boop. We're going to see. We got to get above 31. Okay, let's get to 35. But 41 of you, 31. That's cool. That's cool. I'll stop ragging on you guys. I just appreciate you all so much. Let me get UFC going. I believe it's live, so we'll see if I can't pull that up. Just sent it to you on Twitter. Thank you, sir. I'll get it to you. Or I will play it for us, rather. Sorry, I'm looking. Yeah, we are. Chris Weidman's about to fight. You guys are staying locked in with me. I appreciate that so much. Chris Weidman is about to fight. Sorry, I had to send it to my TV. And if you guys hear the stream, please tell me so I don't get pulled down. Bruno Silva, I believe he's fighting. Anyways, hear it over the stream, rather. Oh my gosh, Jimmy B comes in with a $5 super chat, gets the money, and gets the music. Pulls his $5 dick out and says, I want some music, Phil. Sorry, guys. You're all... No, it's not another ad break. Let me just tell you about a ball shaver real quick. I think Al Snow also has a great take on Meltzer. Yeah, dude. I can play that too. I can play that and pull it up for you right here. Let's do it. What you want, you get. This fight is fucking insane, though, guys. I'm distracted. Please, guys, let's not tune out because we're watching UFC now, folks. Dude, these two guys, Weidman and Silva, are throwing down. They're just chucking bombs at each other. Thank you so much for the $5, Jimmy B. You know what? We'll pull that up for you too. We might even change the title of this thing. And we'll just shoot on Dave the whole time. Why not? No, just kidding. You know, I wish I did. You know, it's funny too. We're watching MMA. I think I talked about it on a podcast, but in the MMA world, Dave Meltzer is considered like a viable source for like everything whenever he reports shit, because he still has plugs on pay-per-view numbers and ticket sales. And so for UFC, they go, he's a reputable source and shit in like the MMA world, because they're in a bubble just like we are, you know, in the wrestling world as well. Or I'm in both bubbles, rather, if you want to be technical about it. But Combat Sport Time coming soon. Just kidding. Let's see. I got people. Yeah, Marty McFlyer might tune in. People might pop in. I don't know. Let me just see really quick. You guys just rock with me. Don't go anywhere. We're doing tech work here. Tech work. So Cardona saying always ready. Gotta like and support that. You guys stick with me here. You tagged me it on Twitch, you said. This. Okay. So this is a quote. We don't have a clip, but we have the quote from Dave Meltzer quote. So guys, let's just play. Should I cue the flute? You guys want the flute, don't you? You know, sometimes I feel people are like, you're obsessed with Meltzer now. It's always like this, you're obsessed thing. It's like, can't someone have a bit, dude? Did no one ever listen to like radio or just anything where I can't just have a bit where I fucking rag on Dave Meltzer? Is that not, I'm not allowed to do that? Cringe. Here is another one. Dave Meltzer moment of Saturday. So here's The Undertaker whilst reflecting on his match with HBK at WrestleMania 25 via the 6 Feet Under podcast. You know me. Here, let me just do you guys like when I share the screen, so let me do it. Here you guys go. Okay. You guys can see that. Everyone's good. We're all settled in. We're all having fun. This is a great time. You know me. This is The Undertaker. You know me. I don't like to put myself over in those kind of answers, but that match was pretty close too. In spite of Dave Meltzer only giving it 4 stars, I don't remember him taking too many bumps. I don't really have a lot of stock in what he says. I can't even believe I just gave him credit. I did say his name, and I'm regretting that now. We might have to edit that part out. Yeah, I mean, I'll give it a like. Boom. Check it out. Red Sox playing the Mariners. Here we go. Guys, I mean, I have opinions on wrestling, and I'm a fucking mark too. It's just that, like, just the way he presents him goddamn self about Wrestling Observer and Chris Weidman's. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm trying to go off on these rants, giving you guys but Chris Weidman's in the corner going, I fucking love it. You know, they're just throwing fists back and forth. They're just throwing bones, man. They're just in the middle swinging. And then they're grappling. And then he goes to the corner. He's like, I fucking love it. And he even talked about Chris Weidman was like, I might never be the same after I broke my leg. And he gruesomely snapped his leg. If you haven't seen it, look it up. Anyways, go back to pro wrestling. Dave Meltzer fucking, you know, it's just the way he presents himself. You guys know. I don't even care. I get it. It's his opinion. But then it's also the news. Like when he comes in saying like, I've been told this, or this was told, or this was confirmed, or this, blah, 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 blah. You already know what it is. You already know he's just yapping shit at this point. And yeah, he has plugs and TV and like ticket sales, but then and that's what he used to use to bury people, but now he's losing credibility. So he would bury people because he had good sources in that regard, and then he would just talk shit, right? And so that's why people were mad at him like over the years. And Eric Bischoff even said, I tried to work with him, he didn't want to work. So like, okay, now Weidman, I think, is knocked down or shooting. Anyways, so now Dave, he what's happening now is he can't use that metric to bury AEW. He's saying like he's like nitpick. He's trying to say Walter doesn't fucking sell and stuff. Do you guys understand what I'm saying? Like he can't rely on burying ticket sales and shit like that and using that as a metric to be like, well, this isn't working, and here's the creative reason why I think it's not working. He can't do that anymore. He's got to, because if he starts bringing up ratings and shit when it's not favorable for him, then AEW looks like bullshit. Do you know what I mean? Now, whether he's on a payroll or not, I don't know. I don't believe he is. I don't want to believe he is. You know, I used to fucking love Dave too. It's crazy. You either, what's the old saying, the Batman saying, you either die the hero or you live long enough to see yourself become the villain. And that's what's happening here, more or less. Let's read some more comments, and then we'll get goddamn Kyle Mulkey coming in. Oh my good God, what did he do? We have to play it again. We have to play it again, folks. And you stay right here. You don't leave. You show your goddamn support for Kyle Mulkey. Kyle Mulkey comes in and says, for the AEW marks, Becky and Seth aren't going to AEW. Sorry, guys. Y'all just got 3 game changers. I mean, rating deflators. Isn't that enough? Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Kyle Mulkey. Paid $5 to talk some mess. My word. Yeah, so Kyle Mulkey, they will never go to AEW. When Ariel Helwani was blowing up Becky Lynch's spot there, that's exactly what he was doing. He was kind of just blowing up her spot, and she's like, dude, don't make me say that I'm only ever going to stay with WWE, even though that's what she did say, because she knows that's true. But it's like, what you can do is work Tony Khan. Like, you can get him to go, oh no, I'll give you 10 million, and then you can go to WWE and go, oh, they'll give me 10 and this many dates, so if you give me this much dates, like, I'll take on this many more dates, but and even this little bit of pay cut, like, you can still boost your money up. So that's all that's happening, right? So like, yeah, Becky Lynch and Seth Rollins aren't ever going to AEW, guys. I'm super sorry if you thought they ever were. Kyle Mulkey, thank you so much for the $5 super chat, man. I appreciate you so much. So truly. And I just want to play what these videos and shit we're pulling up here. So let's do that. So we're going to, okay. Oh, yeah. So the Undertaker thing we covered. Yeah, I mean, Dave's a stooge. So now we have someone else brought up a Dave thing. I am so sorry for losing it here. Let's go up here. I think Al Snow. So let's look up Al Snow, Dave Meltzer is what we were going to play next, which is an infamous one that I love as well. And so we will play that for you as we watch UFC, an exciting card. Okay, so now he has so many. There's 2 weeks ago, 8 months ago, 11 years ago. What do you guys want to hear? Tell me in the chat. Do you want to hear Al Snow on Dave Meltzer making up pro wrestling terms? Al Snow says Dave Meltzer is the greatest worker in the history of wrestling. Al Snow versus Dave Meltzer. Al Snow on Dave Meltzer, on how Dave Meltzer changed wrestling for the worst. Which is the one you guys would like to see the most? Or hear EFAP the most? Delay. Let's see. Al versus Dave. I sent over a screenshot of Dave saying MJF had surpassed Punk. Yeah, we covered that on the show already. We covered that. Thank you though, all Jake. Al Snow versus Meltzer. Yeah, so it's a 20-minute video 2 weeks ago on Vince Russo. We got to listen to Vince Russo, bro. Is that bro? Is that what you're trying to do, bro? Are you seriously, bro, trying to, bro? We can, guys. Okay, listen. We have Al Snow versus Dave Meltzer, or we have Al Snow on Dave. Okay, so the Al Snow versus Dave Meltzer was 2 weeks ago. Or we have one from 1 year ago on him making up terms, or we have one from 11 years ago. Meltzer is the greatest worker in the history of wrestling. You guys got to come at me. Al calls him the greatest worker in the biz. Are you the one who requested that? Jimmy B. Yes, you were. So Jimmy B. Here, guys. Here. Yeah, so we're not going to do Russo. We're going to do the one from 11 years ago that Jimmy B requested. He put $5 down and said, I want to see this video and I want to hear Phil talk fucking shit about him making up wrestling terms / being called the greatest worker in the biz. And we're about to do that. Or sorry, those are two different ones. Yeah, there's so many. There's like 100 Al Snow. Oh, Al Snow's obsessed with Dave Meltzer. Ah! Here we go, guys. I got it pulled up right here. And we are going to do this. Here you guys go. You can all see that, right? We'll give it a like. At man's knees. Man's knees. The bee's knees. Nah. Jimmy B says nah. So we're lying now. No, just kidding. The making up terms. Yeah, no, I don't want to listen to Russo either, but we will. We fucking will listen to him if that's what you guys want. If you throw me $5 and say, no, I want Russo, I'll fucking play it. You know, I don't want to go out of my way to do it, but so Sean Oliver's a gentleman. He's someone who I believe is a great podcast host. Now it's unfortunate because I'm not in the business of burying others, but Click This ain't, you know, it ain't my favorite show. It's not, I'll play clips here and there, but it's not my, you know, it's not my number one in my rotation. But here is Al Snow saying Dave Meltzer is the greatest worker in the history of pro wrestling. You pause it every. Okay, guys. I don't want it to get pulled down. I'm just kidding. I love you all. Come and melt down in my chat. Come and melt down in my comments. But instantly he's hot and he's like, no, you dumb shit. And what year was WrestleMania 3? I might not have even been alive for that. So I'm a 90s kid. So early 90s. So whatever. It's just that whatever he's saying, he's talking about drawing the most money. Obviously, he gets hot, but on like a technical level, you have to have that match, the Macho Man match on the card, right? But then exactly what the point he's going to make, and that's exactly all anyone's ever tried to say about AEW, and he says this shit 11 years ago. It's like, dude, you got to have the spectacle in there, and then you can have the great wrestling in there right before or tucked in or whatever, right? You got to just know how to balance it. And that's why all the AEW people are melting down, Stenatics, because I'm an AEW person. I just EFAP'd Collision with you guys. But all of the they're all mad about Raw, and they're saying like, oh, the Ricochet match and blah, blah, was just flips and shit. But it's like there was a story. It was a little through line story, like a B, C, D story, whatever. But not only that, it's like you can do that. Like you can get away with that if it's like once in a while. It's like a little treat, you know. You can't just do it all the time, otherwise it's not anything special. But yeah, here, I'll let them talk for a bit, guys, but there's a reason why I do pause it and talk over it. But dude, like, oh, that match sucks. Yeah, looking back, like no one was judging wrestling. Most people thought that shit was a shoot. Most people didn't even realize Andre's never been there. Oh, he's never been slammed. Most people didn't realize that was a work and shit, you know, like so Al Snow is right. It's like if that match completely shit the bed, none of us would be here. Phil wouldn't be here. You wouldn't be here. PWT wouldn't be here. Yeah, we wouldn't be talking about it. So he's right.
That
G Coalition, brother. No, I don't hate Russo. I think he's really misunderstood, but I think he is a little shithead. You know what I mean? I think he's a shithead for sure. I think he just rubbed a lot of people the wrong way and then just fucked off and didn't really care. You know, whatever carnage he left in his wake he was just like, fuck it, you know. Don't ever take my opinion as gospel. Don't ever take anything you hear on PWT as gospel. You just fucking roll with it, bro. We're just being marks here. That's the whole point. And he's so right. Like all of this, it's just like, yeah, we know. I've definitely heard this clip too. But it's just he goes ruthless on him, and even just like, but he's not even in an aggro way. He's like, and I don't even mean that negatively. He's like, he worked everyone. And it's hard to argue that. Wow. There you go. There you have it. That was good shit. That was good shit, pal. That was really good. 37 you watching now, 31 likes. Thank you all so much for that. Tremendous. Okay, should we, well, let me look at the chats here. I got to look at chat. Oops, close them. Okay. Hairline's like, I can hop in here for 20. Where the fuck did he say that? Yeah, Hairline, did I not send you a link, bruv? You gotta, my bad. Let's just post it in chat. No, I'm just kidding. Hairline, if you're listening, go on Instagram and I will send you the link. Did I not send it to you, man? What the fucking fuck? You were at the wrestling, right? I want you to tell me about that when you hop in here. So, folks, we had Marv pop in. I've been here. And now we have Hairline the Heater who's about to hop in. Hairline, check your Instagram, bud. Work the marks, he's saying. Yeah, please, Hairline. No, I want you in here forever, bro. Russo acts like he's too good for wrestling, even though it's paid his bills for years, bro. He still talks about it constantly, all while trying to get a job in the business. He's a total, and I mean, bro, totally, he's a total hypocrite, bro. Yeah, I want to hear about the show, Hairline. Yeah, me too. Hairline, get in here. We're waiting for you, bud. Hopefully I sent that to Hairline. I didn't send it to someone else. You know, Paul Nolan said he might tap in. He's like eating fucking Brazilian steak. He's doing crazy shit, man. He lives in Argentina. Life's too good for this fool right now. He's living a good one. Marty McFlyer. Yeah. So Hairline, brother, hopefully you pop in before I get into the next thing here. But oh, he's seen it. Okay, he's gonna be in here, guys. Don't worry. Yeah, I want to hear about the show. Yeah, hopefully Hairline had a good time talking about, or pardon me, viewing, and will have a good time talking about his experience at whatever federation. I think it's just called midget wrestling. We're gonna see. Okay, and here is everyone, ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for Hairline, who is joining us now.
This is the latest I've been awake in fucking years.
Dude, that's awesome. So what did you do tonight, man? What'd you get up to?
So Micromania.
Micromania.
So, it is a little person midget wrestling federation. It was out here in fucking Rubicon, Wisconsin. they're on a mission, like I was saying. Yeah, Wisconsin. So all right, hold on. Okay, so get this done. So it opens up with a midget who his gimmick was he was the villain from Next Friday. What is that? Little Hector or something like that? Little Joker.
Friday.
Joker.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Joker ASA, that guy. So it was Little Joker versus a cowboy midget, and he came out to Old Country Road. So
oh my god. And who won? Who went over? Who went over?
So it turns out they didn't go on first, so they just did their entrances and then went backstage again.
Fucking
so next came out fucking it was something Michaels. He was a parody of Shawn Michaels, and he was a third generation midget wrestler. And he wrestled a normal sized gentleman. So it wasn't even against a midget. Oh god.
He wrestled a regular dude, so like who went over?
The regular dude.
Of course.
They murdered him.
More logic than AEW.
Yeah, in a bigger house than AEW.
Oh no! How many people? How many people?
Oh, it was packed, Doug. I was in line for a half an hour to get in. It was nuts.
Oh my god, dude! So it was good or what? Like
it was okay, you know. Like so, it was only like $25. It was something to go out and do, you know. Honestly, I would have probably rather just did the live stream, but you know, it's good that I left my house.
Yeah, exactly. Touch grass, right, hairline?
Right, yeah, exactly. And then the main event was a battle royal featuring all 4 competitors that we saw earlier on in the night.
Through the top rope, or was it under or over? How did it?
Well, so like it's Wisconsin, so everyone here's alcoholics, man. So everyone was super lit and just fucking whoa and partying, and you know, we don't get a lot out here.
But listen, no, over the top rope, like that battle royal, like where the midgets being thrown. How do you get eliminated?
They were doing pins.
Yeah. Oh no, we're gonna get canceled.
It was like it was the 4 wrestlers we already saw. So
hairline, the cancel people are all over us for that Toonie Talk. Me being on Toonie Talk, we're doing this shit. They're gonna be like, oh, you're fucking.
Oh, hairline's next.
Yeah, hairline's next. Micromania. Yeah, G Coalition versus Micromania, bro. It sounds like a blast.
Oh yeah, man, it was a good time.
So we have some chats here. Sorry guys, we can't if we don't get all of the member chats as well. There's so much chat, so I don't want to miss any. But like members, thank you so much, and you're chatting, and we'll try and read and show them all. But to guaranteed get it shown, throw a super chat or donate a membership or some shit. I'll read your stuff. But anyways, what do you think about AEW fans' acceptance of heels as baby faces? Did everyone just forget Swerve bloodied up Nick Wayne and broke into Hangman's house and yelled at his baby? Yeah, dude, yeah. I harp on that every fucking show, dude. Thank you, John JID, for being a member. Yeah, dude, it just there's no we just watched Collision. I just watched it. And did commentary for the good listeners. I just want Swerve to be a heel, like he was better at it, basically, is what John JID is saying. And it's weird how every heel is seemingly loved. Yep, I agree fully. Have you seen the cage match ranking? They have Eddie Kingston above Lesnar, Orton, McIntyre, DDP, Cena, Hardy, Sheamus, Sabu, and last but not least, Cody Rhodes. This is the site TK and Dave use.
Dummy, yeah.
Yeah, that's fucking dumb as fuck, bro. Here we go. So, hairline, while I got you here, do you want to look at Phil's bookmarks and react to some shit?
Yeah, sure.
Absolutely, dude. It's so nice to have you here, man. Let's go over here. Phil's bookmarks. It's Phil's bookmarks. It's Phil's Bookmarks. Who wants to make a tune, a hot tune for the segment here? We ended up doing a trash because Tony Khan had a meltdown. For those of you who listen to PWT podcast, yeah, Tony Khan had a meltdown, so we had Marv on. We ended up doing a trash cast. We didn't really do a normal, but we did review Dynamite. That was cool to do with Marv. And then you know what Marv did?
Yeah.
He watched Dynamite, then he live tweeted him watching it after on Twitter. And that's awesome because it's like, okay, we just encouraged like a Dynamite viewer, and he was trying not to harp on it, but it's just like we like promoted a fucking Dynamite viewer, man. Like, go check it out. We're not saying don't check it out, you know what I mean? Anyways, bookmarks. NXT Battleground Hairline will now take place on Saturday, June 9th from the UFC Apex in Las Vegas. The event was originally set to take place on Sunday, May 26th from the N Market Arena in Savannah, Georgia. No word at this time, blah, blah, blah. Basically, though, Battleground, June 9th, is going to take place from the UFC Apex, where they have fight nights and shit. What do you think about that?
Pretty dope. Oh, yeah, man.
Las Vegas, dude.
Yeah. Oh, that's going to be packed.
Dude. Super packed. Like Midge Wrestling. Micromania.
Yeah, Micromania level packed.
So, Hairline, while I got you with me, The Rock, we talked about it with Paul Nolan, correct? The Rock bloodies up Cody Rhodes, a brilliant segment on Monday Night Raw. Rewatched it today. That's how I've watched it maybe 3 or 4 times. Yeah, I'm a mark. Sorry, guys. And why are you obsessed over Raw? Why are you obsessed with The Rock and Cody Rhodes? So, The Rock, though, man, like, this is what we're talking about. Here's him off when the cameras go off. Here's him working social media and doing goat shit over here in the WWE. Let's play this. I don't know if you've seen this, Hairline, but WWE can't flag us because this is social media day. Raw went off the air. You hear the camera guys going, "We're off. It's clear. We're clear." Watch The Rock.
Clear, you stay down. Fuck that. Clear, guys. Fuck that. You shut your mouth. Clear my ass. How did that feel? Did that feel good? What, just because the show's over, that doesn't mean that the shit stops. The Rock doesn't give a fuck. Huh?
Oh, yeah.
You should cry. You should cry, boy. Look at that blood. Now, look at this blood. Now. Yes. Yes.
It sounds just like Dusty.
Show is over and then it stops. Fuck that. Your
Fuck
script.
that, he says. Your script, fuck that.
Fuck that. God. This is what happens, boy. When you
Think about when he goes, the camera people go, "We're clear." Neither of them just stop and start. They both just kept selling and working together.
Good.
What the fuck, Hairline? We're just in a glorious, weird era right now in WWE, particularly. Man, I want your thoughts on this. Let's just finish this. I want you to just watch this thing.
When you fuck with the final, come in here, cameraman.
He's going, "When you fuck with the final boss, come here, cameraman."
Man, look at that face. Look at that. Huh? No. Mama Rose. Mama Rose. This is for you.
This is how you do it in Hollywood too, just so people know.
That's for you.
It happens like this a lot, especially when you're a guy like The Rock, where the whole shit's focused on you. A little pulling the curtain back a bit.
I'll see you at WrestleMania. Fuck him.
Just phenomenal. Hairline, give me your fucking thoughts on that, daddy. What did you think about that? Just more The Rock owning social media, leading to him owning WWE, just multi-layered TV, Netflix, social media. Right. We're just running multimedia, bro. I don't know. Your thoughts?
So it's top tier selling on Cody's behalf. It's top tier heel work on The Rock's behalf. It's overall just two guys, I'm going to say my classic line, two guys working together for the betterment of like the product and just like putting on a show for the masses and whatnot. And that's exactly what this is right here. And then most of all, like how he's swearing and all that shit. That's just what the masses want as well, because they all go, oh, we want the Attitude Era. The Attitude Era would be great, and that's just like that's that kind of shit. My bad. I'm sorry.
No, dude.
Oh no.
Oh no! Yeah, you're smoking weed and smoking Big Swole's weed and getting distracted. It's okay. Me too. I'm watching fights. Kyle Mulkey. Oh my goodness! What the hell comes in? Oh man, you need some music. My man needs some music. You earn the music. Kyle Mulkey. $5. Oh shit! He had a good singer earlier. Kyle Mulkey. I hope you're having a good time. I know Kyle Mulkey is, because he threw $5 down and said, and asked a question. And he's a member. That link's below. Become a member. It's just great. It gives us more time to have great times with you like this. Hearing that music, Kyle Mulkey says, for $5, I don't know what Ticketmaster is going to do. I got a combo ticket deal for NXT Battleground and Raw in Savannah. Ticketmaster said no guarantee or a refund. So, hold up. So, Kyle Mulkey, you got to tell us in the chat, and I'll keep an eye out for it. So, Raw, we could probably look it up too, Hairline. So Raw and Battleground are in Savannah, Georgia. The Raw After Mania is not in Philly, or... What's going on? Or is Battleground? Oh, sorry, no, Battleground. So Stand and Deliver is Philly. You're talking about Battleground, Kyle Mulkey, which we talked about before. Right. Sorry, my bad. Which is taking place in June, I believe. And
also on the dome.
Yes, I got a combo ticket deal for NXT. Okay, so that's awesome. Okay. And what's going on with it? Are they? Oh, because they moved it. Oh, yeah, that's right, Doug. We just read the shit. It's going to Vegas. My bad, dude. I'm so sorry. I'm watching UFC while reading fucking X and stuff. So I don't know what Ticketmaster is going to do because they moved it to Vegas, so no refund. Dude, if you got fucked out of your money, you just email WWE, and I guarantee you they take care of that shit. I'm not just tweet at WWE and at Triple H, and they'll fucking hook you up. I guarantee, dude, because there's no way they're trying to just fuck people. It's just don't be surprised if like a bunch of the Stand and Delivers, pardon me, I'm calling them all the different. Don't be surprised if the NXT pay-per-views, they were takeovers, now they're battlegrounds and roadblocks and all the shit. Don't be surprised if those events happen at the Apex more often. And don't be surprised if you see a lot of WWE superstars and up-and-comers coming in and out of the UFC Performance Institute in Vegas either. Don't be surprised if we don't see what Nick Khan wants to do is have a residency with WWE in Vegas, like an offshoot NXT territory based out of Vegas. So don't be surprised about any of that in the future. As far as your refund with Ticketmaster, bruv, I can't help you with that, but thank you. So I don't know. Email them, bro. I don't know. You say here, Ticketmaster. I don't know, bruv. You got to figure that out. Hopefully they take care of you and reimburse you, though, my friend. Hairline, what's up, buddy? Do you have any Kyle Mulkey with his no guaranteed refund here?
Yeah, what the hell? Fucking, they're doing him like they did Paul Nolan.
Yeah. He attended the whole show, so I don't know if I think he even ate food. He might have bought.
He still deserves that refund.
Yeah. The feeling though is the same. So Hairline, do you want to watch this AJ Styles clip right here?
Sure.
It's about how AJ Styles talks about how, quote, redacted Brendan Schaub. No, I'm just joking. Vince McMahon didn't know who he was when arriving to WWE. Yeah. Wait a minute. Who's this guy? What's his name again? CJ Weil? What's his name?
Oh, that
TD File? What's his name? I don't know. This guy. Did he dress up like Elvis one time? I swear Jeff Jarrett sent me a clip of that.
Even Flair couldn't get this guy over.
I want you to squash this guy. Yeah. What? Who? He wrestled Sting, sir. He wrestled Sting. Who? No, I'm just joking. Sting's gonna be back.
Oh, I bought Sting.
Oh yeah, I own Sting.
Now I own AJ. Yeah.
So here's WWE and Fanatics Live. Shout out Fanatics. We have an affiliation with Fanatics and PWT. The link's below. Next time you buy WWE shop merch, make sure you hit that link. You support PWT. But here is, did anyone see LA Knight get arrested or smack talk? No, I didn't see that, but he got arrested on AJ Styles, making fun of him for the earth being flat. Yeah, we covered that like a long time ago on PWT. Here's AJ Styles talking about Vince not knowing him. Yeah, bring him in, but we'll just squash him right away.
When I get to WWE, yeah. So,
but they obviously knew of you. I think you did like little things here and there.
The redacted name did not know me. He had no clue who I was.
Is that Tyler Breeze? And the redacted name is Vince, by the way.
Yeah, definitely Tyler Breeze.
I think it was guys who had worked with me.
You've been everything.
Worked with me probably with TNA and whatnot.
Yeah.
That were able to say, no, let this guy come in third. Or
this is another one of your indie darlings.
Yeah. And then finally, he's like, fine, let him.
Yeah.
And then the reaction happened, but he still didn't believe it. He was just like, I was just a fluke. And then I think that next night I had a match, and it was okay, but it wasn't anything special. And he was like, I got 100 guys that can do what you just did.
Really?
But
damn.
Hey.
What he's saying was true.
Sure.
Because I was trying to be something that's trying to be the good guy, the baby face.
See, it's Vince will shoot. Okay, not defending. You have to preface everything in 2024. I don't defend his actions, obviously.
Yeah, we know.
He's a monster, whatever. Yeah, I know, we know, but Vince would put all the wrestlers say that. They're like, oh, I didn't think, and then Vince said this, and then I was like, he's right, because he would just put it too blunt.
Right.
And like he just knew how to get people over. Then his old age, he got senile and shit, obviously. But Hairline, your thoughts on that? Your thoughts on this backdrop of their podcast here? I'm just kidding.
It's pretty fucking sweet.
Yeah. Backdrop, and then what do you think about AJ Styles? Just Vince was like, yeah, I know.
I believe it because, like, listening to the Jim Cornette Experience and all that, he says, like, he doesn't really pay attention, like, as in Vince. Vince didn't really pay attention to stuff. It's like his stooges would pay attention to stuff. So, you know what I'm saying? It's like one of his stooges would have had to come to him and been like, oh, yeah, AJ Styles is great.
Right. Get me Jeff Jarrett on the phone.
I don't know. AJ's what? What's a TNA?
AJ Styles, I fired her already.
Yeah. Oh, CM Punk's wife. Ugh.
Yeah. No, I fired her on her wedding day. I took care of her.
Run the facts over.
So, okay, we already did one. Do you guys want a Dave Meltzer dummy? We'll ring the thing. I don't know how I'm gonna clip this. It's too weird.
Ring the thing.
Yeah. Do you want one, Hairline? Do you want to fucking?
Do I want a Dave Meltzer? Yeah. Yeah. Has anyone ever said no? Yeah. Oh no, I guess Tony Khan doesn't want one. Or Will Ospreay.
Oh no, yeah, that's great. So Wrestling Observer newsletter, they get it too. Blood will be used very rarely in WWE after what we saw between The Rock and Cody Rhodes on Raw this past Monday. Quote, with blood, the key is that with blood, the key is that this is no longer Vince McMahon's company. We were told that going forward, it will be used very rarely. There are no plans to turn it into AEW, where it's used more liberally. That's a fucking understatement. But if Johnson wants it in his angle, he's like Lesnar in the Vince administration. He has more power than Lesnar had then, and he's going to be able to do what he wants in his angles and matches. Now, I feel like they worded that in a kind of shitty, dumb way. Hairline, what's your thoughts on Dave's comments there? Do you think blood will be used? Because last time Dave said they're not allowed to do this and that. Just The Rock said, oh, yeah? And then they had Seth Rollins swearing and Punk going off script, and they had fucking the flippiest match ever. And they just said, yeah, fuck you, Dave Meltzer. We talked about it on the podcast. What do you, with Paul Nolan, shout out Paul Nolan, what do you think about him saying this? Do you think they just go, oh yeah, Cody will get bloodied up, Rock will bust him open on the go home show, or what? Like, do you think they'll throw it in Dave's face, or what's your interpretation?
Okay, so first off, I personally don't think there should be a lot of blood, so that when there is blood, it's special, similar to the table spot logic. Obviously, the match before a table spot shouldn't have a table spot because then it takes away. Not every match.
You nailed it. Yeah, there shouldn't be more blood, Dave. So,
but hold on.
Yeah,
I would throw all that out of the window though, just to make Dave Meltzer look like a jackass. So
speaking of Dave Meltzer, as we move along here, sorry, I was smoking. So he goes on to say, here via the at Wrestle Purists, it was the Vince McMahon reference when Drew McIntyre brought up being the chosen one, and then CM Punk goes, "Who chose you?" Yeah, that was a good line, dude. And then it stumped Drew, but then Punk he put Drew in a position to have to fight out of a corner and show his true live TV promo skills. Were stepping up. You can see it. It's real. These guys, it's like the Attitude Era. These guys are competing with each other. They're not even looking at AEW. They're competing with each other on live TV. Right. And that's why Punk put him in that corner. Like, all right, bro, swing your way out of this one. And he did a good job, man. Drew, people even said Drew outshined Punk. So
yeah, he was the highlight of that.
Excuse me.
Seth Rollins was great too. Oh man, all of that was really good. Like CM Punk elevates people. Like it's all like, oh shit, here's fucking the king of fucking mic skills. So I'm gonna have to come with my fucking A plus game. I should have said A plus.
A plus. And Hairline, what he does a great job of is he puts over the fact like it's not his match. So he puts over like the other guys, like he helps get them over while he's getting himself over. Like he's a master. This is WWE's operating at just drone dick rider gigabit. You've never watched wrestling a day in your life. If you don't,
all you say is good things about WWE and you just say negative things about AEW.
Someone said in the chat, they were like, the first hour of Collision was awesome. The second hour, it just fucked me up. Exactly. Whoever said that in the chat, you're getting a round of applause. Whoever it was, fess up. Fess up or you're banned and you'll have to fly home with me on a plane. Yeah.
Flair's here too.
That's why I love you, Hairline, because people get so uncomfortable when I start doing the Vince shit. And it's like, you got it. But you're cool. But it's like, I know the listeners like it, but when I start doing it with other people, they get uncomfortable. And it's like, come on, man, you got to be able to laugh. Like if she was like, my life is over, I can't even look myself in the mirror and shit anymore. Okay. But bro, she was talking about some $3 million. Yeah. Like it was about the $3 million or whatever. So at the end of the day, I get it. I get it. I understand. Like it's fucked. And then all the divas coming out and like how they just sex pest. That's fucked up, man. That shit is crazy. Like, I can never condone the shit. But if you can't like joke about it and shit, like because there's this is what I mean too. It makes people uncomfortable who are like, I'll never rag on Vince. And it's like, no, you have to be able to rag on Vince too. I know he gave us all this shit. But it's like, come on, you have to rag on him. Like he's the guy who should be ragged on the most of anyone in wrestling history, So like we rag on Tony Khan, he's only been doing this shit for 5 years, Vince McMahon did this shit for like 55 years or whatever, I don't know how many years he was in wrestling. Anyways, though, Hairline, we just got way off track. So who chose you? It was kind of like, oh God, because so this is Dave Meltzer's quote. It was Vince McMahon reference when Drew McIntyre brought up being like the chosen one, Dick Grayson, and then CM Punk goes, who chose you? Nightwing. It was kind of like, oh God, because I guess one of the things is that Vince McMahon's name is not because like of the act
I nailed it, dude.
Vince McMahon's name is not allowed to be mentioned on TV. So the thing is that like Dave is literally going, it was kind of like, oh God, in quote, like, because I guess in quotes of his quote, it was kind of like, oh God, because I guess one of the things is that Vince McMahon's name, it was kind of like, oh God, what does that mean? Backstage, Dave, like you were there? Was it kind of like that? What does that mean? Who was like, oh God, like you? Like whoever told you, Terry Taylor? No, I'm just joking. But whoever told you fake shit? Like, who is that? Oh God. So, oh my God, all the way from Argentina, we have, oh my God, what the fuck? I did not expect this. Guys, everybody, round of applause. I just realizing now he had to get in on the Meltzer batching. I hope he enjoyed his delicious steaks. Everybody, a round of applause. All the way.
The panel.
Oh my gosh, Paul Nolan reports, dude. We need your music here, but for now, we're just gonna play you one of these, dude. We're just gonna play you not that one. We'll get that one. Paul Nolan, what's up, buddy? Talk to us.
Yeah, I'm good, man. I'm good. I've just got back from a traditional Argentinian barbecue called an asado, which you saw a picture of, Phil, and it was just like
you did, dude, and it looks so goddamn delicious. I don't want to dox my DMs, but it's like I will show the chat. I'll post it on YouTube, guys. If you're not subscribed, subscribe, and I will post a picture of his delicious barbecue. And I said it earlier on the show. I was like, I think he's at like a Brazilian fucking a traditional, some sort of South American cookout, and it's like fucking meat right over a flame.
Dude,
tell us about that, man. What was it like?
That was not even a restaurant. That was like literally round at my friend's house.
And like over your neck of the woods, like where are you from exactly?
So I'm originally from Liverpool in the UK.
So like the food there is and not to shit on it, but famously, people are like, dude, it's like beans and a piece of bread. What the fuck is it? So what's up? Like going here, is this, I mean, you're a cultured man, you've been all over the world, but is this like a good experience? Like this is something new for you, something new?
Sensational. Yeah, it's my first asado, so it was amazing to watch like my friend Chino like prep the fire. Yeah, yeah, exactly. And just like hordes and hordes and hordes of meat, and it just kept coming and kept coming. And there was about 20 of us, and there was enough to feed like 20 people. It was amazing. So yeah, I'd definitely recommend if you haven't tried like an Argentinian steakhouse or an asado, I would happily recommend it. It's very healthy, no oils used in the cooking. It's just meat on the grill, and absolutely sensational, man. Absolutely sensational.
That just sounds so odd. I was like, I have to come visit you in Argentina. For real. Me and Hairline got to come visit you, dude. We got to figure this out sometime.
Yeah, man.
For real, dude. So just for those of you who are into UFC, fucking Joaquin Buckley just TKO'd Vicente Luque. It wasn't brutal. He just kind of like flurried him on the ground. He didn't really have intelligent defense, as they say. Anyways, though, back to pro wrestling. So people were saying after our last podcast, us three, Hairline, Paul Nolan, it was a smash hit. People were saying their favorite trio. We got to do it more often. Absolutely. And so I'm so glad Paul Nolan could just tap into the live show. It's crazy.
Well, I'm here. I saw that comment too, and I'm like, well, I'm going to commit. So
yeah, dude, that's awesome, man. I love it so much. And so we're looking at our bookmarks here. What are your thoughts on Dave Meltzer saying it was kind of like, inferring what, like backstage? Oh God, because I guess one of the things is that Vince McMahon's name is not allowed to be mentioned. What do you make of Dave? Just give me your thoughts on Dave Meltzer.
Well, apart from the fact that we are witnessing early onset dementia in real time. Like, honestly, I saw that video of, like, I sent it to you, right? And it was hilarious for many reasons, like stuff like this, which is him just essentially projecting. So basically his internal mental projections are now backstage thoughts that I was told by a producer. And on top of that, like, he could not like give WWE any praise for that segment on any level.
Bro, he didn't give them any praise for anything on the fucking show. He didn't say anything was good. He just compared it all to AEW.
Are you feeling now like even Brian's getting pissed off with him? Because I think he is. Like, Brian's getting increasingly frustrated with him, and it's almost like, we were talking about Kenny the other night having his come to Jesus moment. It's like Brian seems to be waking up as well.
Absolutely.
Like he's definitely been at the mushrooms, or he's been microdosing, or something. I don't know. But, like, he's definitely like, you know, there's personal growth happening on one side of the spectrum of the Wrestling Observer, but you know, God, I mean, Dave just continues to dig his own hole.
It's insane, man. And so to further to add on to what you eloquently just said, Dave Meltzer continues on this is per at Wrestle Talk TV, which is then via at Wrestle Talk TV per Wrestling Observer Radio.
I'm going to make a point about that when you've finished, Phil, because
absolutely. That's why you're here, bro. That's why you're here.
I hate the UK dirt sheets with a passion, so I'm going to.
Do you? I want your opinion.
Yeah,
that's why you're here. Okay, so it was not. So this is Dave. It was not it was not scripted like word for word, which most things on that show are. They let the guys have free reign. Robin, there was one moment where there were like a lot of people thinking this might not be a good idea. Batman. It was the Vince McMahon reference. One of the things is that Vince McMahon's name is not allowed to be mentioned on the TV, but McIntyre changed focus and never mentioned the name, and they got out of it. They went a little long, but there was no negativity from it. Dave, one person told me that Levesque knew, call him Triple H, you motherfucker, knew they were probably going to go long. So the matches that didn't have entrances before the show, this is horrible. Like, is this a quote? There's a comma here. What the fuck is a comma? Jesus Christ. Before the show, they already planned that that was going to be the case. So it wasn't that they came up with that to save time. What a fucking ugly ass sentence, man. Anyways, yes, so that's Dave Meltzer, Wrestling Observer Radio. So he can't even put it over. He's just talking about how they were on their time cues, but in case they weren't on their time cues, then they had a backup plan for the time cues. Right, guys? Like, is that not what he's saying? Hey, they knew they were going to go long. They had a time cue. They knew they were going to go long, but they didn't go long. Or they went a little long, but they knew they would, so they had a plan for in case they did go long. Like, what is he even talking about?
There was no plan. There was no plan apart from when there was a plan.
Jesus fucking Christ. Your guys' thoughts. Sorry, you guys go
God. Dude, I'm going to go in here because, apart from the regular Dave Meltzer isms of it all, I've also developed a slight theory there, Phil, in that every time there's a comment, there's like it's like a brain, like one of Dave's brain farts every time there's a comment. It's like an inverted drinking game. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. But honestly, like, I'm just going to make a further point about UK dirt sheets. I detest them with a passion.
So Wrestle Talk leaned more into the entertainment and just being straightforward and not being so opinionated. And then for me, they went into the entertainment, but almost like being marks for themselves, which is silly for me to say, but I guess, because you could say I'm doing the same thing, but either way, they also then transitioned into like being too opinionated on things to where it's like, again, you're called Wrestle Talk News or whatever the fuck.
Yeah.
Like, just save the opinion for the podcast. Sorry, Paul, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, that's fine, dude. That's fine.
But are they a dirt sheet to you? Like, in the UK, they're a dirt sheet. Wrestle Talk?
Yeah, of course they are. All of them are. Wrestle Talk are, Cultaholic, WrestleMania, What Culture in particular. All these idiots are doing are stealing a living off the one person you don't want to steal a living off, which is Dave Meltzer. Because all they do, they're geeks who sit there with Fightful Select subscriptions and Wrestling Observer subscriptions, and they literally copy and paste everything Dave and Sean Rossap says. They've got absolutely no original thoughts of their own. They're quite happy to indulge in clickbait. Some of the titles I've seen and some of the headlines I've seen on What Culture and Wrestle Talk and the rest of them are just like scandalous, absolutely scandalous. And that's why I said to you on a number of occasions, Phil, like stealing a living because they've got absolutely no original content of their own.
and I don't mean to interrupt you, Paul. I feel I really I'm not trying to step on your shit, but listen. So what's the difference between what they do and what the fuck like I do? Because I make clickbaity shit, but my whole thing, you can call it the defense, you can call it whatever. My reasoning though is like, but when you click on the shit, I'm talking about what the fuck or like, you know what I mean? Like Rhea Ripley, I wrote Rhea Ripley buries AEW, and then I justify why she buried it in my opinion. So I'm not like really clickbaiting you. I'm telling you what the fuck it is. What's the difference? What drew you? Because you became a fan of the show, and we connected so instantly. So what's the difference there? Like,
well, the difference is the fact that you're not just copying and pasting and absolutely just puking back out what Dave says.
I'm just reading what they're saying and fucking laughing at it, and then
exactly. And you're treating it with the level of seriousness that it should be taken with, which is absolutely fucking none whatsoever. And you are breaking it down. We are breaking it down, and we're analyzing it, but we're also taking a piss out of it.
Right. That's the whole point.
The only person in the UK that I have any time for is Simon Miller. Like ups and downs. Like, I mean, one thing I would love them to do is if Simon could just take ups and downs for himself.
We put him over so hard on this show.
He's amazing. He's
Guys,
amazing.
We have to. I'm so sorry to. And again, I'm just stepping on shit. We have to interrupt. We have some super chats here. We have to read. Oh my goodness. We have to play music, guys. He earned the music. He came in. He put $5 down. He said, "I love Paul Nolan."
Thank you, brother.
And he said, "This past year, a light." This is John JID. A loyal subscriber, a great PWT listener. All of you are very great. You're all great. It's great. Everything's great.
Ding.
John JID says for $5, he says, "This past year, a light has really been shown on how wrong Meltzer is. I'm with Paul Nolan. I hate the UK dirt sheets. Loved your all-in report." Hey,
thank you very much, brother.
He came in, man. And he lets you know what's up. We got to give him a minute here. He's going to shine on the show, guys. We appreciate you so much. And members, we're going to try and show and read as many member chats as possible, but we're here talking, and I can't get to them all. We're about to talk about this, some of the AEW, I guess, some other things, man. I got some bookmarks here. I want to stay on WWE, I guess, right now. But
real quick though, like what we were just talking about, like the difference between like PWT and Meltzer is like we don't claim to be news, like
hot news.
We do report news, but we say
no. We don't report shit. I don't even want to say that. We don't report shit. What we do is we comment on shit, dude. We make fun of shit. We comment on shit. We react, bro. Like this whole shit. People say that they're like, "Oh, why are you pausing the video and shit?" It's like, bro, I have to. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, I can't. If you want to just watch it and not hear me talk about it, just go watch it. But you want it, and the listeners, the PWT listeners, they get a bruv, and they get a fucking Conan. They want to. If you want to hear what I want to say, then you're gonna be here. You're not going to be here. Like, you could just go watch it otherwise. So obviously you're here to listen to Paul Marks and Hairline and Paul Nolan and Marty McFlyer and all the Marv and the Monster, all the different characters. That's why you're here. You don't want to just go watch it yourself then. That's why I paused it 800 times. Sorry, what were we going to say?
Well, where's their podcast?
Yeah, exactly. Where's your fucking podcast? Anyways, though, John JID, thank you so much. And we do have another super chat. But this past year's really, Meltzer's spiraling, John JID. Meltzer's spiraling. So here we go. And then we have Kyle Mulkey with $2. Oh my God. And you get some fucking music too. Fuck around. We'll give you the PWT pod theme. How about that? We'll switch it up. Oh yeah. Yo, G. Here we go. Paul Nolan, how do you rate our theme music, like the themes we've used over the past year? It's almost our 1-year birthday at WrestleMania.
Yeah, I think it's good, man. I think it's a nice bit of 80s inflected synth wave.
Yeah, dude. I don't know why. I was born in 1991, so there you go.
Well, we always look towards times before we were born for authenticity.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, man. But Brian Alvarez said the decline in ratings isn't bad.
Oh, God, that old chestnut.
I mean, Kyle Mulkey, you're my boy. You know that, man. We're here. You're here all the time, rocking with us. I don't give a fuck what Brian Alvarez says, even when he's on our side, because people go, you're a fucking WWE shill because you have a WWE shop affiliation. Well, guess what? Alvarez is taking Meltzer's money and he's arguing with him here and there, but he won't ever give it up at the end of the day. I'm like, my whole podcast is like, how do I not have to read these guys' ball shaver ads for half the fucking show? That's literally my whole, I'm trying to figure it out mathematically every fucking day, and I can't. I'm just here rocking with you guys for hours because I love you. Let's read this one here because he's super chat. I hate how people are hating on Jimmy versus Jay. He said Key, but he meant Jay. If you and your brother are wrestlers, the number one thing you're going to talk about since your kids is what if we could wrestle each other? It's going to be fire. Thoughts?
I mean, nuts. Sorry, go on, Hairline.
I just said yeet.
Yeet. Yeah. I think we did that before. We yeet or no yeet. I think we all. So here, should we do the rating? Should we do the Cornette? Hairline, it's your call. Cornette, should we ratings it with Hairline and Paul Nolan?
Yeah, I say we ask the chat.
Let's ask the chat, guys. You guys want ratings? You guys can see them right here. You can just screen grab it and fucking do it yourself, or we can do it for you.
No,
you guys. That's why we're all here together. We're already on it. Let's just fucking do it. You guys, I'm the chat. Here we go. We're not even going to break this down. Just they start. Didn't we do this on the show? Isn't this the same show or no? Swerve and Takeshita with Samoa Joe. Yeah, we did that on the show. What the fuck? Botch. So in other WWE news, yeah, that was the Phil Marks dumb moment of the week. We don't got music for that one. We're just gonna we're live. Fuck it. Do it live. We're 3 hours deep. I'll run you guys another fucking ad or talk about ball shavers if you want. No, I'm just kidding. Guys,
how about insurance or roof insurance?
Well, let me just steal one moment of your time to talk about car insurance. Now I can save 7% right now.
All right, Conrad.
No.
He doesn't steal just a moment. He steals like fucking minutes.
Dude, the other episode, I'm not gonna bury it, but the other episode I was watching, dude, of 83 weeks, like the other week, like not this last one, but the one before. The dude, they're selling Manscaped, which shout out Manscaped. I mean, we'll fucking do an ad for them. Yeah, but they like I'll do one ad for them, but like Manscaped, they're like they do that ad, and then literally, dude, I look over 2 minutes later and they're doing an ad for like another razor. Like they're talking about like Henson razor or some shit. I'm like, dude, didn't you just do a razor ad? Come on, at least sell me like HelloFresh or something. After you know what I mean? At least mix it up. Like those just sell me
at least like
razors. Which razor do I buy, motherfucker? What's going on?
At least tell me some like aftershave balm for my balls after I finish shaving them.
My word, man. So Drew McIntyre. This is via Wrestling Observer Radio. I can't help but laugh. Drew McIntyre has yet to sign a contract with WWE, but he isn't planning on going anywhere. The fact that McIntyre hasn't, so this is Dave. The fact that McIntyre hasn't signed, the belief is that he knows what the situation is of course, with Batman, and he's already promoting feuds for SummerSlam, summer actually rather, and and the fall. So I don't think he's planning on going anywhere. Dick Grayson. The thing that he was looking for months ago when the contract was running out and he wasn't in a rush to sign was God, these sentences are so dumb. When I tried to read them normal, you can't. You have to say and like, or you'll never get through it.
The whole sentence is an entire paragraph.
Read this sentence right here with me.
Okay.
The thing that he was looking for months ago when the contract was running out and he wasn't in a rush to sign was he thought that he wanted to do this new character. And if the new character didn't work out and the booking wasn't strong, maybe go back and spend time with the family, take time off. So hold on. That's a 5-sentence. You guys read this with me. Even the way it's been transcribed here. Look at the commas. The thing that he was looking for months ago when the contract was running out and he wasn't in a rush to sign was he thought that he wanted to do this new character. Whoa.
It makes no sense.
Awful.
Like,
Whoa.
this is giving me brain freeze.
It's
Like
fuck
I've eaten too much
cultaholics,
ice.
man.
Yeah. Yeah, Hairline hates them. And if the new
They're a
character
bunch of
didn't-
marks, dude.
and if the new character didn't, so this is all the same sentence, by the way, folks. And if the new character didn't work out and the booking wasn't strong, maybe go back and spend time with the family, take time off.
Phil, does
Whoa.
it not remind you of like a 4-year-old writing their report card of what they did on the summer holidays?
Whoa.
Like a child that hasn't learned how to use a comma yet.
It's
Like that's the
Listen, as
the
a
level
writer,
of writing.
as a professional writer, I take fucking offense to this shit. I truly do. Obviously the character got over great, and the other aspect of the character getting over great, what is he even, he's talking about Drew McIntyre, you guys. Obviously the character got over great.
He's just being himself. He
Bro,
just got
he's
belted out
already,
there and
yeah,
just
he's
being
already
himself.
over. What the fuck are you talking? He's already over, Dave. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I'm
the
talking about that
character.
bullshit about the
Oh.
segment. It's like,
Obviously,
no,
the character got over great, and the other aspect of the character getting over great is that by doing so and not signing, the feeling is that his price should be higher because he's a much bigger star.
I'm
What
betting.
is? Hold on, guys. I can't even fucking hold on. The fact that
What is he
McIntyre
saying?
hasn't signed, the belief is that he knows what the situation is, and he's already promoting feuds for the summer and the fall. So I don't think he's planning on going anywhere. The thing that he was looking for months ago when the contract was running out and he wasn't in a rush to sign was he thought that he wanted to do his new character. And if the new character didn't work out and the booking wasn't strong, literally, what are you even talking about at this point? What
Why
is
why would
maybe
you
go
do it
back
that
and spend
way?
time with the family, take time off. Obviously, the character got over great. What the fuck is he talking about, man? Guys in the chat, am I crazy? Paul Nolan, am I crazy? This
No,
is
you're not. It makes
psychobabble.
Yeah, it's just absolute, just bubbles. He's just chatting absolute bubbles.
Because
When he's
this is all he's
not-
doing. He's just saying shit so he doesn't have to put the segment over.
That's
He's
all
just
it
trying
is.
to not put the segment over.
Yeah,
He's
it's absolute, like, yeah, it's word, it's like, you know, Chinese word play in order to actually like not give any credit, like you were saying. And what he was saying before about the segment, it's like, yeah, of course they might have just gone a little bit long. Of course they would have planned for that. And no, it wasn't scripted. Personally, I think they've just been told to go out there and just have some fun, keep it within certain parameters, and don't get too off color. And that's exactly what they've done, and they've smashed it out the park. Like, they can't give any credit for it whatsoever, and the fact that they did 99.9% of that on the fly, bouncing off one another, and it was one of the best segments on one of the best Raws in the last decade.
You guys 32 watching now, 32 likes. If you haven't liked it, like it and ratio us. But otherwise, you motherfuckers, we're 50-50. That's all we can ask for. 34 of you. Get it to like it one more again. If you're here in the fucking chat, do it. If you haven't liked yet. But anyways, are you guys ready for more Dave? Hairline, are you here? Or do you want more Dave, Hairline? Hairline, my guy. Fucking Paul Nolan's here. This is a tremendous night. We have the UFC main event, the fight night going on. It's a women's fight. And it's about to be a banger. But anyways, more Dave Meltzer. Dave Meltzer has spoken on Drew McIntyre's WWE contract and why he believes he likely won't end up leaving. Oh, you mean what I said 5 months ago, Dave Meltzer? Jesus Christ. You mean the same thing that I said 5 months ago, but people give you $12.99 and don't give me 99 cents for a fucking membership, bro? Let's go. Becky, this is quote Dave Meltzer. She, Becky Lynch, is not going anywhere. Very likely, you can never say 100%, but she'll get a big, big number. Her deal's coming up. I think Rollins' deal is coming up. McIntyre's deal is essentially going to be up at WrestleMania, but I don't expect any of them to leave. The fact that McIntyre hasn't signed, I was checking. So this is one sentence, guys. Hold up. The fact that McIntyre hasn't signed, I was checking with people, and it was like, the belief. I don't even have to meme it. He does it himself. I don't even have to rip on it. The fact that McIntyre hasn't signed, I was checking with people, and it was like The belief is that he knows what the situation is, and he's already promoting a feud for summer and fall.
Like he wouldn't know what the situation is.
Wait, Paul, the shit we read before wasn't even the whole sentence. There was more sentence before that sentence we read.
Oh
Holy
my God, my brain
shit.
is freezing over, honestly.
And then he goes on to say the same shit. So Becky too, and we already see the AEW stan, which I'm one, I guess. We EFAP Collision tonight. The AEW people going Rebecca Quinn and Tyler Black are all elite. Your guys' thoughts on that shit?
Yeah, I've got a bit of a scoop on the Becky Lynch thing.
Okay, let's hear it. Hold on a second. We don't have Paul Nolan's That's all we can do. Like, what? Where's the? So this is a scoop. If you were to put your life on the line, Paul Nolan, about the validity of this scoop percentage.
Oh, I mean, yeah, it's zero. It's absolutely zero. The scoop is actually more about Becky's book, which is worth mentioning very quickly. In that, I got an email today from I'm on an email newsletter list from a famous author called Neil Strauss. He's well known for making that book called The Game.
Yeah, dude. Yeah.
And he also wrote Rick Rubin's book last year, which is an absolute classic.
Shout out Rick Rubin, one of the OGs,
what a legend,
one of the goats of all the.
So it turns out that basically Becky Lynch actually wrote her book herself. And she took a course of Neil's where she actually had hired a ghostwriter to write the book initially, but she wasn't happy with how it came out. So she decided, with her schedule, being a mother and working a full-time schedule and everything else, to actually teach herself the entire process of writing the book. And she wrote the book entirely herself from scratch, which I think is incredibly impressive.
Incredible, man.
Amazing.
And that photo went viral of her and Seth with the belts on nude. Hey, man, if it was me and my girl, we'd do the same shit, you guys.
If you had the same amount of visible abs in that household, you'd be doing the exact same thing.
Oh, yeah, dude. Exactly. Yeah, we don't look like them, maybe. You know what I mean? I ain't no fucking big fat slob, but I definitely
I'm not CrossFit Jesus either. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly. I don't be doing CrossFit. You know what I mean? I try and make the gym when I can. Guys, I want you, Paul Nolan and Hairline, to read this super chat right fucking here. It's a $5. All Jake came in, put his $5 dick down, and fucking wants us to play some music. Alt Jake, he says, just called me Jake, and I said, nah, you're Alt Jake forever now.
Alt Jake?
And Alt Jake, when your boy Phil Marks made an appearance on Toonie Talk Wrestling, you were there supporting, and you've been a day one, and I appreciate you so much. You are the motherfucking man. While this music plays, Paul Nolan, Alt Jake says, and I want Hairline's thoughts, and I want Paul Nolan's thoughts. For me, Simon Miller used to be great until All In. I don't know what happened at All In. Someone explain that to me. After that, AEW mostly ups, shat any credibility he had to be security quote on the All In pre-show. I don't know the background to that. Paul Nolan, Hairline, shed some light on that. Give me Paul Nolan's about to report. Hold on. Paul Nolan reports. We gotta play. Hold on. Let's play some music. All Jake wanted music. We're giving him music.
Yeah.
Okay, we have an exclusive Paul Nolan reports right here on PWT Live Show number 4. Okay, give it to us raw. Paul Nolan reports with Alt Jake's $5 super chat on the screen. Tell us what happened.
I will do. I'm just trying to get some camera room. So basically, with
my guy wants to, here. Well, let's move. Can I move here?
Don't worry. I'll. Yeah,
there we go.
There you go. So basically, one of the pre-show matches, I think it might have been the Jeff Jarrett one. I can't remember which one it was, so forgive me. But they had like security in the ring. You know the way they have like goofs and goobers doing security, or like local indie talent at like WWE shows.
Jobbers.
And yeah, basically one of the security guys in that match was Simon Miller. And everybody popped for it because it was like a kind of a nerd mark moment. So what Alt Jake is saying here is that Simon's compromised his credibility and his neutrality a little bit because he got to be that security on the All-In pre-show. So therefore, now he basically is overly positive towards AEW and his ups and downs.
Is he though?
I mean, to be honest, I haven't detected that. I find Simon to be, I mean, it sounds a bit strange. I find him to be overly positive in general. I wish he was a little more constructive.
Is that such a bad thing?
No, because like obviously it's a sea of absolute toxic garbage across the rest of the IWC. Did you see all the people
coming after? There's people coming after me and coming after Marv movie and just coming after all the people.
Yeah, I did see that.
Who appeared on that Toonie wrestling show. But like, and I knew that was going to happen because I was like, man, the account, like the people on the show are like full on AEW meme accounts. And me personally, I was like, well, I put over a lot of shit. Like I just watched Collision put a bunch of shit over. But that was crazy today too, where it was like, dude, everyone's like freaking out over this fucking podcast that I was like a guest on. People think I'm like in that thing, but I think but that show wasn't negative, but people are like, oh, it was just a whole podcast dedicated to hating AEW, and I was like, I'm the complete opposite. Like hairline roast me because I wear Orange Cassidy shirts and shit on the show. So as far as Simon Miller being super positive, I like that. Me and Hairline put him over because on that TNA pay-per-view he played like an epic heel. And he worked that internet angle where like Hendry or whoever was showing up outside of his gym and shit.
And he's a lovely person as well.
Right. Yeah. So like I that's my position on him. But Hairline, what were you just gonna say there? Sorry.
Yeah, it was against Hendry. But yeah, I like Simon. Yeah, out of like anyone, like as far as like the wrestling mark, fucking whatever they are, the news reporters or whatever the fuck you want to call them. I think Cultaholics and a bunch of fucking marks. WrestleMania can fuck all the way off. And then the other guy, who are the other guys with the fucking with the belts? Wrestle Talk?
Everyone, bro. Everyone shows their belts and shit. You know what I mean? I'm not a hater.
British guys, though.
I don't know, bro. I don't know. You have to.
Anyways, regardless, I think Simon is fucking probably the top notch right there. And hey, Simon, you ever want to come on the pod? Boom.
Yeah, dude, you're welcome.
Oh yeah,
PWT,
100%. 100%. I met Simon after WrestleMania when he did the ups and downs outside the stadium, and he is exactly how he appears to be. He is an absolutely lovely, genuine human being.
He's a Chad too, bro. He works out. Everyone, make sure you take a walk at least 30, half an hour. Make sure you get it in.
I really liked what he did with Impact, man.
Me too. Guys, are we still on we're still on Phil's bookmarks here. So let's here we go. One more WWE thing before we switch over. I'm OCD. I have to like put it all in order, right? So
just don't pause it 3 seconds in, otherwise the comment section is gonna cry.
I'm so sorry because there's probably like loyal listeners who fucking are like saying that same sentiment, you know, like who are like, no, don't pause it so much. And I'm so sorry that I roast you, but it's like I can't help it. You fucking
man.
I have
if they're
to.
loyal listeners, then they
you
just know that's how you are, dog.
Yeah, and like we have to do it. Yeah, we have to psychoanalyze it, or what the fuck are we even doing it for, right? Here we go. Every second counts. An announcement by WWE. I mean, I heard about this a long time ago, but I can't believe it's actually a thing. I didn't think it was actually going to be a real thing. But how could I be so stupid? Of course, they're going to take over the TikTok game. WWE announced every second counts. Corey Graves is here to introduce WWE Speed. Your favorite superstars will go head-to-head in 3-minute matches where the Speed Championship is the ultimate prize. That's cringe to me. Unless it's a tournament once a year, that's fucking cringe to me. I don't want no Speed. I don't want no Speed 24/7 championship bullshit. Anyways, though, WWE Speed premieres April 3rd exclusively on X, and I'll be tuning in. Let's play the trailer. Can you guys see this? Of course you can. Lovely PWT listeners.
The loveliest.
Starting April 3rd, WWE Speed, airing exclusively on X, brings a fresh and dynamic new twist to classic in-ring competition. Where some of the fastest and toughest WWE superstars do battle time itself. Because in WWE Speed, our superstars only have 3 minutes to defeat their opponent.
So yeah, let me pause it there because you know I got to, guys. Come on. Yeah, this speed. What do you guys think about what he just said right there? I guess. Are you guys down with these 3-minute matches? They just get a bunch of flips in.
Oh, well, 3 minutes in wrestling is a fucking lifetime, man.
Ed Brown, he's a new member today. I'm so sorry. Let me just throw this up here quickly. Cultaholic used to be. He's a new member, so I want him to. You got to get your fucking. You know, you're new today, so I want you to be featured. Cultaholic used to be my jam, but having Pacitti crying on a live stream over the WWE cuss and then it becoming a daily WWE bad news update turned me off. Yeah, we're right there with you. Sorry, Hairline. What were you just saying? What were you just saying about the speed? WWE speed. 3-minute matches, bunch of flips, finishers. What do you think?
No, that's like a life. So like wrestling time, that's like a lifetime, man.
Oh yeah. Anyone who's ever been on stage, I know. Paul knows, Hairline knows.
Yes,
anyone who's ever been on stage, 1 minute is like
an eternity.
Your balls will go up into your throat in 30 seconds, bro. Let alone 1 minute when there's just people, like real amount of people there, you know.
Like a real quick example here, man. Like I'm not really into comedians, but all my friends are super into comedians. And like a lot of them have like those little like where they have to do like 30 minutes off or not 30 seconds off the dome. And just even them delivering 30 seconds of like content is fucking a struggle for them.
Like Kill Tony. That's a great show.
Oh yeah, you know volunteers on there.
Oh
yeah, Ric Flair, he got booed off.
Dude, we're gonna EFAP that. We should EFAP that episode of Kill Tony. No, we'll do it. No, yeah, I want to see it, bro. You have to. Chat's gonna love it. I'll make a Patreon video out of it or something. Anyways, though, let's continue this. Let's continue this here. Hairline, listen. You know what? We're gonna feud here in 2 minutes. It's gonna be a 5-star heat between you and I here. We don't get through this thing. Because we don't see eye to eye. No, I'm just kidding, bro. Here, let's.
You better not pause it again.
Yeah, I know. I just paused it again, and now people they're gonna complain in the comments now, and we're feuding, and it's just everything's great. Okay, here we go.
3 intense, adrenaline-fueled minutes.
That's what makes me think it's just gonna be a flip fest. Oh, he paused it again, and him and Hairline are beefing.
Where strategy, agility, and strength collide. This isn't just another match. This is a sprint to the finish line. The prize?
It's a sprint, right? So what do you guys interpret that as, right? Just like flips. Let's just get our shit in quick on Twitter for clips. Because what they're going to do is instead of like, oh, you just watch a clip in the highlights, they're like, no, it's only 3 minutes. So you'll just see it all right there. What do you guys think?
I think it's got capacity to be really good if they find inventive ways to get to finishes. And, you know, I can see some matches even lasting less than 3 minutes. I mean, there was that Bron Breakker match, wasn't there, on SmackDown the other week that like he just pumped the guy in like 8 seconds or something. So I can imagine stuff like that happening. I think the way they're marketing it is just a bit cringe. It almost feels like
TikTok-y. It's TikTok-y.
But this almost feels a bit Vincey to me. I hate to say it, but it's like it's
like 24/7 title.
Yeah, exactly. You've just took the words out of my mouth.
The mixed match challenge.
Yeah,
in 2018 or 17.
Feels like they're covering a content pillar, basically. Do you know what I mean? But you know, again, if you get the right people involved, you know.
But isn't that the point of being in the business and trying to expand what pro wrestling is and all of that? Like people go, well, pro wrestling isn't just what it used to be. And it's like, well, exactly. Look at what WWE's doing. They're trying to.
I just wish they called the belt the WWE Amphetamine Championship. That would have been much better.
Yeah, you're vibrating. And then pausing Mark A. Hicks too.
The crystal meth title.
Thank you for being a member, Mark A. Hicks too. Yeah. So I don't know. We'll continue this trailer here. I'll take that off the screen. Sorry.
Prestigious first ever WWE Speed Championship. So brace yourself for a tournament like no other, where every match is a finale and every second could define a superstar's legacy. WWE Speed, April 3rd, exclusively on X.
So will you guys be watching? Where do you think they're taping it? Like after NXTs, or like where the fuck do they like your favorite superstars? So I guess that means like main roster. So where, what, how, What are you guys feeling? Are you going to tune in? What's up?
I think they'll probably tape it the way they do with like main event and stuff like that, because they do it prior to Raw going live. So I imagine they're going to do something similar with that. I mean, obviously, if I'm scrolling on Twitter and I see a match, I'm going to pause and have a little look.
Yeah, absolutely. No doubt. Okay, so let's see. So we have 2 AEW things. We didn't really move off Meltzer, but we kind of moved off to Meltzer. You can't, because I'm obsessed with him. I'm obsessed with dirt sheets. They live rent free in my head. I'm just obsessed I mean, that main event, I don't know. UFC was good, man. There was a lot of knockouts and shit, but as the card went on, I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm just super into the live stream here. Let me just exit. Okay. Anyways, so Dave Meltzer has praised the Swerve Strickland. So he couldn't praise anything. He couldn't praise Ricochet, even though he blew Ricochet to death when Ricochet did his match with, of course, Will Ospreay.
Ricochet knows Will Ospreay.
Right, in 2017 and all this stuff. So he can't praise any of that. He can't, he can't say anything positive. It's just all the time limit and fucking he brought up Vince and gave him the rubber, like all this bullshit, right? So then at Wrestle Talk TV again, Paul Nolan's favorite says Dave Meltzer has praised Swerve Strickland versus Konosuke Takeshita match from AEW Dynamite, with particular praise for Takeshita. Swerve had to win the match, but man, did Takeshita look good tonight. This guy's fantastic. They're pushing him to a degree, but yeah, the guy's got everything. Your thoughts on that? You guys' thoughts on that? Did you see the match? What are your thoughts on Takeshita? What are your thoughts on Dave taking time to praise this match that just really had Takeshita go over on, like, their fucking, or not go over, pardon me, rather. I mean, like, get over by kicking out of, and just like all it did was give everything to Takeshita and really didn't do much for Swerve. So I don't know, like Takeshita just kicked out of all of his shit. Swerve, they're trying to present as the guy who can challenge Joe. I don't believe that when Takeshita is, you know what I mean? So your guys' thoughts. Dave gives it praise, but he ducks, dives, dips, and dodges, praising anything that happened on that Raw.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen the match, so I can't really comment on it, but I can comment.
It was a great match. It was great, but like if you isolate it, it didn't really mean anything.
Well, there you go. Like, it's just AEW in a nutshell, right? It's like nonsensical booking, and it might have like really good
the first thing if a tree falls in the woods. Oh my god.
Okay. So like the match, like as far as like it made Takeshita look really great.
Don't call him that.
Classic,
Don't call him that. Don't call him that. Huh? Don't call him that. I'm a woke pussy, dude. People will be like, "Oh my god, you're being fucking racialist against him."
Yeah, hairline, you bigot.
Yeah, dude.
Oh yeah, take a shit at it. Read it out loud.
Yeah, even though that's what MJF said. I'm trolling you, bro. Let's go. No. Anyway, sorry. What were you saying? I didn't mean to step on your bit. I'm sorry.
Oh no. Anyways, as I was saying, this was like your classic, like, indie wrestling match where like the heel was just getting it all in, and the baby face comes back at the end. And like that logically makes sense. But since it's AEW, it's what you said there. Like, how am I supposed to believe that this guy can take out Joe if Take a Shit is taking him to the limit, So it's like, fucking take one step forward, take 62 back.
Yeah. 1 step forward and 2 steps back. That's AEW's fucking
mantra.
Paul Nolan, do you listen to country music out your way, out in the UK?
Definitely do not.
Yeah, dude. No one knows what the fuck that is anywhere. But Hairline and I are like, oh yeah, country music. Fucking y'all don't know what the fuck that even is. I don't really listen to it either. I ain't even gonna lie.
Yeah, I think it's trash.
So a bunch of people are like, fuck you guys, man. I like Blue Rodeo. No, I like country music. It just depends. But anyways,
if you like it, whatever. I'm a juggalo, so like
some of it, yeah. I don't really listen to
clowns.
I listen to old music. I listen to like I listen to like Rick James and shit. You know, like that's literally what I listen to. I listen to like Prince
Rick
and
James,
shit.
bitch.
Yes, I listen to like I like Michael Jackson. I like Martica and just old shit. You know what I mean? What's the story? By Unpaid Critic on X. He's a good follow. Hopefully follows PWT. Should follow PWT if they don't. And if you guys don't, follow at PWT everywhere that there's social media, at PWT Podcast on TikTok. Millions of views, folks. What's the story with a cry emoji? At Tony Khan. It's a screen grab. So either he's blocked or he's scared of Tony Khan. I will quote tweet Tony Khan. He has not blocked me because I feel like my criticisms are in good faith. Which that good faith, bad faith shit is.
Yeah, no, Phil, I'm in the Discord. It's okay. I wish you wouldn't do that voice.
Which voice? Are you talking about this voice? Don Callis. Yeah. Hi. His name was Cyrus.
No, I don't like when you do the is that how I sound? No.
Oh yeah, no. Tony Khan, So they just said, "What's the story?" And Tony Khan tweets out, "Battle of Wills, a battle of wills on geez. Dynamite. It's Will Hobbs versus Will Ospreay."
That's literally it. Like that's
Paul
where
Nolan.
it's come from.
Oh no, that's the
Your
story.
thoughts, being from the UK, like Will Ospreay. What are your thoughts on this match and that storytelling? And aren't they in the same faction? So why do they keep fighting?
I mean, just stop fucking around, will you? I'm not being funny, but like he's a legit star if he's presented properly. If you remember from my All In report last year, I said him and MJF have just got to go to WWE immediately. Like Will would actually, I hate to say it, Will would possibly need to spend a little bit of time in NXT just to round his character off. Not for his in-ring, because his in-ring's good, like very, very good, but from a presentation standpoint, like he really needs to work on it, like, and he needs to work on his promo as well. But this whole thing is just bullshit. I'm sorry, but it's like Tony's just gone, oh yeah, they're both called Will, put them in a match, and that's literally it. Like that's the first idea he's had in his head after he finished tweeting at fucking Eric Bischoff at 4 a.m, high on you know what. High on the WWE amphetamine title. Can you tell I've eaten barbecue and had a few drinks?
Yeah, dude. I love this Paul Nolan hairline. What's your thoughts on it?
Well, speaking of story, at least Will Ospreay will finish his story, unlike that turncoat Cody Rhodes.
This is great.
And that's Phil's bookmarks this week, I guess, guys. That's Phil's bookmarks, man. We went through them all. That's all I had. We can EFAP some stuff. What I have pulled up here, though, and I want the chat to dictate, I guess, a little bit. And Paul Nolan and Hairline have a say in this. But you guys, I have WrestleMania XL 40 pulled up, the card so far, and I do want to preview that. At the same time, I have 28 minutes of wrestlers getting punked, which is every wrestler who's ever been punked on PWT Patreon, patreon.com/prowrestletimes, and we'll EFAP the fuck out of that video. But it's really up to you guys. What do you want to do? Paul, Hairline, what do you guys want to do? You want to look at the WrestleMania card?
Yeah, let's do the card.
Let's do the card. Chat, you're too slow to the draw. So we're going to look at this WrestleMania card. We have, nothing's really confirmed yet. There's a bunch of confirmed matches, but there's no like, sorry, I'm just reading chat. There's no like, what's night 1 and night 2? There's only 3 matches that are determined on which specific night, but everything else is TBA, as it were. So let's share this here on Wikipedia, whether you support them or not. Let's see here. WrestleMania XL. Okay. So let's just start with the undercard here. So there's this tournament going on SmackDown tonight. We got the finals. We figured out who's going to be in what match. So to be determined, Io Sky versus Bayley. Who do you guys think is going over?
Bayley.
Yeah, Bayley.
This guy, y'all can't be hating on country music. Come on now. Sorry, bud. We had to do it. WrestleMania card. They've taped a few matches for Speed at SD. Okay. Taping it after Smack. Thank you. Chat's goated. Here, we'll drop you guys a fucking yeah, chat's goated. Sorry, I missed all those guys. Sorry about that. Here we go. So the card. You guys both think Bayley's going over. I agree. The betting favorite. Should I pull up betting favorites? Sorry, guys. Let me pull up.
Yeah, pull the lines up. See what's saying.
Let me pull them up because I'm gonna put some money down. Here we go. Play now. We're gonna do this shit. Okay, I'm gonna play this. Okay, so Io Sky versus Bayley, though. Yeah, I got fucking Bayley winning, in my opinion. Rhea Ripley versus Becky Lynch. Who do you guys got? This is the big debate because I think that they're building up Becky so strong that she's just going to win, but other people were like, no, but that just puts Rhea over more. What's your guys' thoughts?
I would go with Becky on that one, just like you say, Phil, with the way that it's being built up. And I think with that being a new title, even though it was obviously one of the branded titles, I think it's a similar situation to the Men's World Championship in that it needs a big star to put a shine on it. So, I think Becky's probably going to go over there.
Hairline, what about you, man? What do you think?
I want Rhea to win, but yeah, I have to agree. Becky Lynch is going to win because of the build. And, Rhea just had like that awesome hometown win and all that shit too. So,
okay, and then we have Gunther versus Sami Zayn. I've said Sami Zayn. I spoiled it. He's gonna win, or no, I didn't spoil it because he could lose and then go to Backlash and then win the title. But one of those two things is happening. He's either winning, then going to Backlash with that belt in Paris, or he's losing and then rematching and winning finally in Backlash. So I don't know. Your guys' thought. I just Dave Meltzered it. It's either gonna be this.
Batman.
Yeah, but all I know is that he's gonna be like a big, huge main part of the media. And when you guys see that aspect of it, you'll know that I'm not talking shit on my end of things because all I know is he's gonna be a big part of the media for that. You go ahead, Paul Nolan. What's your thoughts on Zayn and Gunther?
Yeah, I initially thought Sammy was going to win this at Mania, but I think you sold me on the last show, Phil. Gunther winning at Mania and then Sammy winning in France, which makes the most sense. And again, if we want to continue that on, our theory, or one of my theories, was that Gunther was going to end up in a world title match with Drew McIntyre at Bash in Berlin later in the summer.
That's what's gonna happen. But he might lose there the way Drew lost in Cardiff, and then Drew snags one over Gunther in Berlin. Ooh, is that not storytelling? Is that not fucking beats to a story, dude? Like he had his moment ripped from him, and then he gets his moment, and then he takes his moment from Gunther. Ooh, that's some shit, dude. Anyways, Hairline, your thought?
Das Gunther.
That's it? You just think Gunther's going to chop and win? Power bomb ain't no thing. Okay. Hairline fucking, he knows what's up. Okay. So then the next match, it's a huge mixed tag team extravaganza, the Judgment Day, DIY, the Awesome Truth, New Day, A-Town Down Under, and New Catch Republic in a ladder match, 6-pack tag team. What night do you think they'll do this one on? And then who do you think wins? I think they present new titles and unify them, and then tag champs just go on both shows, like the women's ones. And I also think that I think Awesome Truth walks away with the belts, which sounds so crazy. But you guys, your thoughts. Paul Nolan, your thoughts.
A few thoughts on this match. I was looking forward to it until I saw the final lineup, and now I'm looking at it and I'm like, oh God, drop me out, will you? Like, sorry, this just looks like an absolute fucking mess to me. And outside of the Judgment Day, it's like none of the teams do it for me. I'm sorry. I mean, the only other team that does it for me is New Catch Republic, but that name is so fucking dumb. Why didn't you just call them British Strong Style and get on with it?
So are they not over with you? Like when these guys do this, like, oh, we're called Mustache Mountain or British Strong Style. Is that getting over with you guys over in the UK? Or are you like, nah, fuck this bollocks?
I mean, it's certainly not getting over with me as New Cat Republic, because the name, unless you are an absolute nerd ball, means nothing to you. But British Strong Style, like it has.
What does it mean?
Exactly, right? So, obviously everybody talks about like Strong Style, and it's like, that makes sense because it's like, well, you can work stiff, it's a harder work style, etc. Like New Catch Republic, like that doesn't make any sense to like the regular fan at all. So I think it's a really poor name in my opinion. And yeah, in terms of the teams, apart from Judgment Day retaining, I think you're right. I think they're going to go with Awesome Truth just because our Truth is so over at the moment for the comedy relief.
Hairline, your thoughts?
Judgment Day. Forever. They're eternal. They are eternal.
If you believe I said. Sorry, go ahead.
But, honestly, though, it's either going to be Awesome Truth or A-Town Down Under, night 1. And
no,
then night 2.
Not a A-Town Down Under is going to win the tag belts. You think that?
Yeah, Doug, because then they just, drop it right away to someone else.
Okay.
Transfer.
See, Hairline knows like the long game. Hairline always knows the long game. He always does. Yeah. I'm telling you, he might be legit onto some shit that we don't even know till after it happens. We're like, oh yeah, he was right for real. Because you're right, dude. Because those belts have been such a long reign, so the next champs won't have it forever. They'll have it for like a little bit and then drop it to, that's how they kind of do those belts, dude. You're onto something there, Hairline.
Unless they are given the Awesome Truth. Then they'll have the belts.
I think it's just going to be Truth. He's just too over, man. So then we have LA Knight.
I think night 2, Priest is cashing in.
Do you really think so? Do you think he's successful then because he cashes in on Cody or he cashes in on Drew?
No.
Why else would they be taking the titles off Judgment Day? Logically.
Okay. Sorry. Paul, your thoughts on that?
Damien will cash in on either Drew or Seth and will fail.
Do you really think that?
How dare you?
What comes after? No, I'm not hating on it. I'm really trying because I don't know. They have to cash it in at Mania, right? Like it can't. What's the next pay-per-view? It's Backlash and then Money in the Bank, or no? Is it?
No, I think it's Backlash and it might be Money in the Bank after because Money in the Bank is like June, July, right? So he's got a year to cash it in. And
Money in the Bank, right? That's the rule. It's better when they did it at Mania because then it was like after Mania you can't cash it in. Anyways, so you guys both agree that he's going to cash it in at Mania and then fuck up and lose.
No, I don't. No. I think Judgment Day is gonna fucking cash in.
Airlines.
He's gonna have both belts. You know what I'm saying? Mommy's gonna retain.
Hairline's always in gimmick, man.
This is great. Judgment Day Mania.
He's
Hairline
trolling me for my
he's trolling me too. Yeah. He'll never leave gimmick. Dude.
And side note, Ronda Rousey to stop running her goddamn mouth about.
Tell me about that, you guys, because I covered it way earlier, hours ago. So, what do you guys think about Ronda Rousey shitting all over the business, and then Becky Lynch defending the business? What do you guys think about that?
Shut her goddamn mouth. The end. Paul, your turn, bud.
Yeah, I totally agree. It's like, I'm sorry, but you actually, going to Becky's comments for a second, she did kind of mildly defend her by saying that she wasn't given the same runway that Kurt Angle was because Kurt had time to get matches in and to get his feet wet and to understand the business coming from that Olympic kind of background. And she was never afforded that. She was hot-shotted straight in, had one good match, albeit with Triple H and, Kurt and Stephanie, and was just assumed, as Becky said, that, the girl can work, get on with it. And she never had the chance to really, get her feet wet and, get her rounds in. But I hate to say it, she wasn't good. And she has to just keep her mouth shut because... one thing that we do know about Ronda is that when it doesn't go well for her, bitchy Ronda comes out. remember what she was like after Holly Holm knocked her out. And, you know, she had plenty to say after that.
Well, that's what I had brought up over on my homeboy Marv's podcast, and that's what I brought up on PWT podcast as well. Ronda, when she left MMA, and UFC, when she made her glorious exit into professional wrestling, she was unliked as well. She left a bad impression on everyone by being the same way, salty grapes, or salty, whatever you want to call them, salty nuts. So she was the same way. Now I think, did she help women's wrestling along? I mean, yes. People will argue me. I feel like she is literally the female Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson was the greatest heavyweight of all time. He bullied everyone, knocked everyone out, but as soon as he faced like a Holyfield or a Lennox Lewis, he got defeated and outclassed. And then he kind of dipped out for a while. Now, provided it was jail, I'm pretty sure, and then he came back. Now I can't remember the exact or chronicle of thing, but chronological order of things. But either way, it's when he fought those big matches is when he really kind of lost it. And that's like Ronda, man. She killed everyone, but then when she fought a Holly Holm or an Amanda Nunes, she got beat. So in that regard, she was the female Mike Tyson, because it was the exact same thing. Hairline, sorry, you go ahead, man. You go ahead.
So it's like, no matter what, she's very influential and had her impact in fucking UFC and wrestling. You know what I'm saying? And nothing can take that away from her. But at the same time, she's also kind of an empty-headed dumb fuck, like fucking Hangman Adam Page. So, man. To each their own, like.
Yeah, she really
she's not
was
uncredible because of these things. It's just she's got a shitty take,
Yeah. She was badly mishandled, I would say, because personally, if I was going to play, fantasy Mark Booker for a second,
wait, no, you wait, motherfucker, wait 1 second. Here you go.
Thank you very much.
I was doing something.
Is out there. So yeah, I'd have booked her like the female Brock Lesnar, like a total indestructible, absolute monster heel who had a really long title run, and the entire women's division at that time would have been, who the hell is going to defeat this woman?
Me too. And you guys know, like 2K, where it's like, oh, you can like alter their fucking ratings, like the superstar rating. So I do that every game, and I have like a system from 99 down. Right? And Ronda Rousey, I always put her at 99 because my fantasy mark booking of her was exactly like Paul Nolan said. I would have just had her be like the Mike Tyson of women's wrestling. But and again, that was a Vince McMahon WWE fumble. WWE had so much fumbles. Everyone's like, why don't you criticize? Well, because they don't have so much fumbles lately. Like, they're really capitalizing on every little thing. Even this speed thing, I can't really bury it. If AEW did some shit like this, I would go, this is perfect for their indie style. This is such a good, ingenious, innovative thing that they're being on the forefront in media of, but they're not doing shit like that. They're just having indie spot fest matches. Am I wrong, guys? I'm so sorry. Hairline, Paul, no. Am I wrong on what I just said? Like, if AEW was like, we're going to do these 3-minute matches on X, and it's going to be the craziest, most intense 3 minutes, you'd be like, oh, that suits their shit. That's dope. WWE, I'm kind of like, oh, that's kind of cheesy. So it's weird. It's this weird. Yeah, sorry, your guys' thoughts on that.
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously, like we said before, until we've seen it, we don't really know. But I think it'll be quite funny if it ends up with a load of like, really hardcore spot fests that are like, very, very social media and TikTok friendly, and it ends up being better than anything AEW come up with in the same kind of style. That'd be hilarious.
Speaking of, Hairline, your thoughts on that?
On the speed thing on X, or just the Ronda Rousey shit?
Well, just like yeah. I mean, the Ronda Rousey thing, you already said. You were like, yo, she needs to shut the fuck up. But I was just saying, like, if AEW...
For real, go watch Dragon Ball, you dumb fucking bitch.
Holy shit. Jesus.
Remember?
Mate, you're going to have Travis Brown on your doorstep.
Yeah, dude, and I love those motherfuckers, dude. I'm like, shit, don't fucking...
Remember when we first started the pod, and I was all like, dude, you can tell she doesn't want to be there. And then, like, you hear the interviews where she's all like, I didn't want to be there. And it's like, ah!
Yeah, hairline just feels validated. Okay, but what do you think about like if AEW was on the forefront of like hey man, we're gonna do these 3-minute spot fest super fast matches on X, and they were on the forefront of something innovative like that, you'd put it over, right?
Oh, yeah. Like that's not logically possible though, because like Tony has to have every match be at least 25 plus.
That's what I mean. So it's just little things like that. Like, yeah, is it kind of cheesy for WWE? Yeah, it feels like with the speed belt, that's kind of cheesy. But at the same token, like if AEW innovated with some sort of idea like that to help get over their style of faster paced wrestling, I'd actually put it over. But I don't know. It's just weird. Like I don't know. They just exactly like Hairline said, they want to have like 25-minute matches all the time.
Yeah, I just had an odd mental image of the speed title being like a seatbelt that they have to wear, you know, like in a car. Because they're going so fast, they've got to wear seatbelts, like, you know.
Hairline, what do you think though? Just give me your last thoughts on like that fucking the speed belt.
So, like, I think it's just like them capitalizing on how everyone's got short attention spans now. And it's also like Elon Musk has been throwing money at fucking people to be on there. It was like once they took that Mr. Beast clip from like 4 months ago and like put it on Twitter to make Twitter more relevant and
Yeah,
shit.
and I think they have a deal with like Tucker Carlson where like they're the Tucker Carlson and fucking all that shit. So
right, yeah, I think it's the same shit, man. Like,
yeah, no, I agree with you. Sorry, I'm fucking wrestling with an ashtray over here. Here we go. Anyways, okay. Oh yeah, you know, it's just a big swole pass me your blunt, and then I didn't really roll any up, and now we're here, huh? So moving along on this card though, LA Knight versus AJ Styles, they worked an angle where a dude got arrested by cops. LA Knight did a Swerve Strickland home invasion. No, he didn't do that, but you know what I mean? He walked up on AJ Styles' home, beat the shit out of him. AJ Styles' wife came out, all of these sorts of things. What do you guys make of that? What did you guys like that angle? Super attitude era, everything they're doing in WWE right now, backstage fights and people are doing interviews, then they get jumped and attacked and all these sorts of shits.
Yeah.
What did you make of this angle with LA Knight? And are you excited? People are burying this match. Oh, LA Knight versus AJ Styles. It ain't shit. I love it. I'm like, yeah, give LA Knight AJ Styles right now. Next year, maybe it'll be the world heavyweight title. But yeah, your thoughts. Paul Nolan, give me your thoughts.
Well, you know, apart from the obvious, which is TNA wins once again. Like, honestly, I'm into this. Like, I've been into it for a while because, like, I could watch LA Knight read the phone book. And that disguise angle they did last night was hilarious. Like, I'm loving what they're doing. It's so silly, but it will lead to an absolute scorched earth banger of a match. I actually think this has got a dark horse possibility of being one of the matches of the entire weekend. And for me, LA Knight wins. Good? I think it's going to be an absolutely cracking
LA Knight's winning. LA Knight's winning 100%. In my opinion. Hairline, what do you think about hair I was gonna say Hairline's position because you're so over with me, bud. LA Knight's position on the like as far as just him versus AJ marquee match. What do you think, man?
Honestly, I'm not really feeling it that much, man. I kind of feel like
LA Knight.
I feel like he's kind of cooled off, and it's not. Oh, God, I'm not trying to bury AJ, but like, it's kind of like AJ's not bringing the best out of LA Knight. Like everything they're doing here is like entertaining and like, you know what I'm saying? It's got my attention, but I'm not like sucked into it like when it was LA Knight against Roman Reigns and like yada yada yada. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Here we go here. I'm just refreshing. I want to check these likes. You motherfuckers better be liking. We're at 35 likes. Okay, you guys did it. You guys did it.
Better like.
Yeah, exactly. Begging. Oh, you're begging. A-Dub, Quebec City. Jey Uso versus Jimmy Uso. Yeet or no yeet, man.
Yeet.
What do you guys think? I'm yeet. Jimmy is gonna lose. He's less over than Jay. This people are like, oh, this match is no build, and it
Dummy, yeah.
it's a fucking awesome. It's been, the tale has been told, if you will, man. This shit's been on the table for years. This is obviously going to happen. This has been bloodline since the day the bloodline started. You knew one day Jimmy and Jay were going to split off and have to scrap each other out. What do you guys think about this match? Who do you think wins? I got fucking Jey Uso yeet all day.
I think Jay, but I don't think it's going to be a straightforward victory. I can see there being a little bit of overbooked nonsense going on here with the bloodline. And in terms of its position on the card, I can see it going night 2. And I can see it because obviously there's now like an overlaying of a lot of these feuds, right? So, you know, Jay obviously turned up with Seth to back Cody up and everything else. So I wouldn't be surprised if there's like, you know, bloodline interference and then Seth and Cody have to get involved to try and like back that up, and it maybe jeopardizes Cody for the main event, that kind of thing. So I can see Jay winning, but I think it might have a bit of a schmoz to it, and it might sort of deteriorate into nonsense a little bit and it'd be a bit overbooked before Jay gets the win.
Hairline. Jay and Jimmy. You got to go with Heat. Okay, but like people who shit on the storyline, Paul just laid it out. He's saying that he might think there's some schmoz in there. Maybe Solo Sikoa gets involved. Solo doesn't have a big match, so he's going to be involved in this probably. You know what I mean? So like, so he's. What do you think? So Hairline, I want your thoughts here because I know what you're already going to say. So I'm going to set it up for you. What do you think about all the people burying Solo Sikoa, saying, "Yo, he's been on an 0-29 run, and motherfucker, he this, and he was this big deal on main eventing, and then he's not in the fucking, he's not even on WrestleMania." What do you think about all that shit? Jay and Jimmy, he's obviously going to get involved. Your thoughts?
He's still going to get a WrestleMania payday
and moment. In this match, maybe with Rikishi. Do you think Rikishi will be there?
For sure, there could definitely be a Rikishi interference or something. I don't know. Like, no matter what, it's going to be a fucking good match. It's a fucking win for the Usos. Fuck.
They deserve it too, man.
Internet needs to shut up.
Yeah, dude, they deserve it. Everyone's saying the story's been bullshit. I couldn't disagree more. I think it's like a super, I just think like it doesn't need to even be told. They're brothers beefing, like brothers fight. God damn it. We have a triple threat match, which I feel Kevin Owens got shoehorned into this, and I feel like somehow Kevin Owens versus Logan Paul is going to be what they go to Paris with. That's what I think. I could be totally wrong, but I think Logan Paul escapes with the title at WrestleMania. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I can see it coming down to either Logan or Kevin. I can't see Randy winning because I have a hunch that if Cody wins on night 2, I've got a funny feeling his first feud might be with Randy.
Man, here's the thing. Yeah, so I like that you brought that up, Paul, because it's like there's a whole game of probability that goes into WrestleMania as well, especially with night 1 and night 2. It's almost like mathematical. You have to think like, okay, not all, because okay, I want to read you guys the betting lines after because it shifts perception. It's like, what the fuck? This is what the general public thinks. But it's just like not every champion can lose their belt on both nights of WrestleMania. There's going to be some people who retain. Maybe there's a night where everyone loses, etc. So you have to just play the probability game, and it's like I bet you Logan Paul's going to retain and then fight in Paris to bring more attention to that. What do you think, though? Sorry, I didn't mean to.
No, that's fine. I've got a theory on this. I think so much will be determined by the outcome of the main event of night 1. So for me, I think if Cody and Seth win night 1, and it means no bloodline interference on night 2 for Cody, that means Roman's going over. Personally, I think they want to really stack the deck almost 2014 Daniel Bryan style. So if they lose the tag match night 1, I think, and it's all bloodline rules night 2, I think Cody wins.
Yeah,
and
me
then
too. That's where I'm at.
They've got branches off of like where that can potentially go, because don't forget, WWE do have a head. Literally, the job title is head of long-term storytelling. He was hired around the time Bray Wyatt came back, before, you know, he obviously fell ill and everything else, and obviously RIP to Bray. But you know, they know where they're going. If they make a decision to go a certain direction, I think they've got all outcomes mapped out for months to come.
Hairline.
I'm going with Logan Paul.
It's just a smart move, right?
Yeah, for sure, man. He's just like, he's got so many eyes on him, and he's just like, he gets wrestling. Prime's a huge deal. All of it, man. It's just like it's best for business. Boom.
And is that so Prime for real is going to be on the mat like at WrestleMania? Is that a real thing?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. And all premium live events from now on.
Jeepers, man.
And we got Woo Energy on the mat now.
And apparently, it's the biggest brand sponsorship deal in. Apparently, it's the biggest brand sponsorship deal in WWE history as well.
That's crazy, man. We got Woo Wings on the turnbuckle.
Does anyone else, by the way, guys? Does anybody else? You know, if you're feeling a little bit depressed and a little bit down, does anybody just put that video on just to perk them up a little bit? I do. That's like feeling a bit depressed and feeling a bit sad. It's a rainy day, whatever. I'll put some Woo Wings on it. It just sorts me out. It completely changes my day.
I clipped it for the soundboard. I just don't know if he uploaded it.
Yeah, I'll fucking hold on. Let me check. No, I don't have it. I don't. But I'll give you this.
Yeah, this is great.
That's all I got for you right now. We'll get it. We'll get Woo Wings. Okay. Bianca Belair, which happened tonight or last night rather. Jade Cargill. Made her debut on SmackDown, signed her contract, and then showed up in the main event situation with Naomi and Bianca. And then a bunch of AEW freaks came out and were like, oh, WWE just puts all the different races in their own groups.
Oh, God.
And then even more people came out and were like, what a bunch of fucking idiots. You know what I mean? Like, you're all
not diverse enough.
You all just sound racist and stupid because you're fucking dumb. But yeah, it's like, I don't know, man. Bianca, Jade, Naomi are taking on Dakota, Asuka, and Kairi Sane at WrestleMania in a 6-woman tag. Probably night one. If I had to put money on it, probably night one. What do you all think of that?
I think this is a total Jade Cargill showcase.
Right. It's just to put eyes on her. Yeah.
Bianca and Naomi are great workers, as are obviously, you know, Dakota, Asuka, and Kairi. And any sort of rough edges or any greenness they're going to cover for. They're going to make her look like an absolute $1 billion. And that is why this match exists. And we have dead air.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, Hairline, what's up? What is your thoughts? No, I'm here. Hairline, what's your thoughts?
Anyways, so
I'm here.
I basically like I have to agree. It's just a Bianca Belair, Jade Cargill, and Naomi showcase against Damage Control. You know, because like there's no titles on the line. I don't know, man. And Jade deserves it. You know, like I have to say, like, her outfit on SmackDown was super fucking dope, and like she did have some improved mic skills, you know. Although, like, how funny is this, man? They had her debut by doing a fucking AEW promo. Like that's how AEW would have handled her. Like, oh yeah, here she is. I'm gonna have her do a promo rather than wrestle.
So, like, yeah, she fumbled her promo. We talked about it earlier, but like, what do you mean it's like AEW? Like, we'll just have you come here and do a promo. So like, what should she have done? What would have been the difference?
Oh, yeah. Here's the CEO. She's going to come out and talk. you know, like rather than wrestle for her debut or something like that. It was the same thing, like, oh, here's Jade Cargill, she's gonna cut a promo on why she's great.
People ask me like what I would do, and I was like, I just think back to like
X-Files.
No, not even Fantasy Mark book. It's just like I just think back to like when Rey Mysterio debuted, he fought Chavo Guerrero like in a match, and then he like dove off the cage or some shit in the main event, right? Like there was like a bunch of people in a cage match, and then Ray came out and dove off the cage like onto like 3 or 4 people or something. And I was like, yo, that like do something like that. I don't know. No, obviously not dive off a cage, but what, like, I don't know. The she just fumbled the promo. Otherwise it was a good debut, but I just thought it was underwhelming compared to how they could have did it in the long run of things. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, for me, obviously she's not a great talker as yet. I would have liked to have seen sort of a similar treatment with Bron Breakker, where it's like put her in squash matches, like let her just steamroll a load of people and build some momentum up, you know?
Yep. Hairline, what about you?
Oh yeah, I agree. You just had her feed people to Jade Cargill.
So it was just very like, well, what do you think? Like, so like, okay, Mercedes Moné, she debuts, she just cuts a promo. So you're saying it's like that?
Yeah, same. They both did the same thing.
Okay, so what we have confirmed though, Bloodline versus Cody and Seth on night 1. And then we have Seth and Drew and Roman and Cody on night 2. What do you guys think?
Okay, so I think the most
what is the grand scheme of this shit?
So I think if we're going down the route of Roman retaining, which is kind of what I'm feeling towards now, I think they lose the tag match, Rock and Roman on night 1, and then Roman gets it done night 2. Seth and Drew, I think Drew wins, because I think Seth, even though he's been medically cleared, I think he needs some time off. And I'll be honest, I think his gimmick needs a bit of work, because what was evident to me on Monday night is that his music is over. And actually, when you look at who contributed the most in that whole segment, he didn't really contribute that much, to be honest. And I think he really needs to look at his character. So I can see Drew getting his moment, fully deserved. He's the more interesting character. He's more over for me at this stage. And yeah, I think it's going to be Roman going over against Cody, controversially enough.
Yeah, Phil actually said that a couple months back.
Yep, exactly. Yeah.
More over.
So Hairline, that's what you think, or what? Like, do you like?
That's what you said.
Or what I laid out way earlier on the show. I was like, okay, Cody loses, or I mean, he wins, and then he loses it super fast to someone else, but not Damian Priest, but like someone else, or like back to Roman, like. Or no? Do you think that's too convoluted, or do you just think Roman continues? It's such a hard, like, Cody has to win it now. I feel like, or people will melt down too hard.
No. So I think Seth and Cody are going to beat the Bloodline night 1, and then night 2, Drew is going to beat Seth, or Seth is going to barely beat Drew, and then Damian Priest is going to come out and take the belt from him. And then Roman is for sure beating Cody.
For sure beating Cody.
Yeah, in a situation where Cody wins, the question then becomes, now Cody has quote unquote finished his story. How do you keep him interesting? That's the thing for me. It's like, what kind of feuds, what kind of storylines keeps it interesting, so he can have. He's not going to have a title reign anywhere near the length of Roman. That would just be ridiculous. But, you know, how do you keep him fresh? Because I can see possibly the beginnings a little bit, because there are little bits of mixed reactions to his promos at the moment with Cody. like I could see things not going completely south, but I could see him, becoming a bit more of a mixed kind of character, like not what happened in AEW to that extent, but I think the waters could get muddied a little bit if they don't do something really interesting with him. So I just think it's an interesting question. Like, how do you keep Cody interesting post title win?
Yeah, hairline. What would you do? Cody, he wins the belt. Who does he fight?
So, like, am I fantasy mark booking, or am I doing what WWE would do?
Here, your X-File is you're doing what you would do.
Well, I would have Roman win, but I guess we're in the situation of Cody.
Yeah. Okay, we have to play some music here for John JID. Sorry, we have to. What do you all think Andrade's first really big moment is going to be? Getting a win over a bigger talent or joining Judgment Day? We have to play him some music for a second. Thank you, John JID. Do you think he wins the Andre Memorial Battle Royal, which is on SmackDown on Friday? Andrade.
Nope. I think Bron Breakker wins that, as I said on the last show.
Yeah.
Andrade, I can't see him joining Judgment Day because I just think it sidelines him already. And I think Judgment Day are on their way to splitting up anyway. My theory is they'd lose all of their belts at WrestleMania, and then that'll lead to a fracture. And
I agree with
they'll
that.
start feuding with each other.
Hairline's going to get mad. Hairline. Do you think Judgment Day is going to fall apart, or do you think Andrade wins the Battle Royal, or who do you think wins that?
So, first off, I think Damian Priest is going to win that title at Mania. And then he's going to feud with Andrade. Because if you hold on, if you notice in the Judgment Day and Andrade promo, Priest and Andrade had a little moment where they kind of acknowledged each other. So I could see those two feuding over that title.
Right. No, and thank you, John JID. Thank you for the $5 super chat. You had to know that Hairline was going to work you on that, though.
But do you think that wasn't work?
But we'll see, bud. Well, hold on. We didn't even answer his question. Do you think Andrade? Do you think Andrade?
I just told you.
No, but do you? Okay, I know, but like Paul, do you think he joins the Judgment Day overtime, or do you think the Judgment Day just disseminates into?
No, I think the Judgment Day disintegrates and he'll get a big moment over someone else.
Yeah.
I mean, I hope he doesn't get involved in the whole, Rey Mysterio, LWO versus Legado del Fantasma type stuff.
He's on Raw, though.
Yeah, well, yeah, there is. That's a different thing. But, I can see him hopefully, building up some impressive singles wins and possibly getting himself into either the US title or the Intercontinental title picture.
Beat Gunther. No, but him versus Sammy would be insane.
Yeah, absolutely.
So thank you, John JID, for the $5 super chat. And then let's see here. We all gave our thoughts on the card. WrestleMania, it's coming up. We're on the road to WrestleMania. Before WrestleMania happens, I guess, when are we going to go live again? WrestleMania night 1. So I'm going to go live, and everyone here is welcome to join. If we go live after WrestleMania night 1 ends, we'll do like a shorter live stream. And then after WrestleMania night 2 ends, we'll do another shorter live stream on that Sunday. If you're all down with that, and we will absolutely do it. Hairline, Paul, are you guys down with that? You guys should join.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so right after WrestleMania ends night 1, we jump on for a couple hours. It'll be super short. We just do it, just kind of give our review and then what we think. And then after night 2, we do the exact same thing. And then there's going to be the Raw after Mania, which we have to review, right? We have to go over because I think, last thing, I think the Raw after Mania will be like one of the most insane Raw after Manias because it's Triple H and he's really trying to flex. I feel like him and Shawn Michaels are trying to flex on AEW and the wrestling world in general by working everyone via social media as well as like television. What are your guys' thoughts on that?
Okay, I've had an alternative idea here where rather than Damian Priest cashing in that match at Mania, I could see him trying to do it on the Raw after Mania. Because if you remember, like, my favorite moment in Raw after Mania history was when Dolph Ziggler won the world title. Like, that was a great moment, right? And I think Damian could like try and do something similar. But yeah, I could see there being some, really interesting shock and returns, some call-ups, a few surprises, because it was always like the season opener, wasn't it? It was always like the new reset had happened at Mania and we're on a different path. And it feels to me like after this Mania, this is truly going to be the Triple H show because he's gotten rid of the very, very last vestiges of the McMahon era, and it'll be completely his baby from then on. So yeah, expect chaos.
Yeah, Hairline, what about you, man? Raw after Mania and just in general, man, do you think things are going to continue to be more different and different and different? Like things are so different in WWE except for speed. That seems a little Vincey, but Vince is gone. Yeah. Raw after Mania, your thoughts?
Oh, yeah, I definitely think Triple H and Shawn Michaels will definitely be fucking swinging their cocks all over the goddamn place.
Yeah, more or less, dude. Okay. Well, there you go. There's what we'll give him a fucking... Okay. Guys, thank you so much for tuning in to tonight's PWT Live Show. I appreciate you all so much. We had so many fun guests. Marv the Movie Monster joined us from wherever Monsterville is. We almost got canceled. We got uncanceled. We got canceled again. It all happens. It's all part of the IWC. Paul Nolan, at Paul Nolan Sound. Paul Nolan Reports. From Argentina. He's been all over the world. I'm so happy you could tune in, man. Marv was in earlier. Hairline's been here rocking after midget wrestling. And we're just all over the place, man. And so next weekend is WrestleMania. This is the road to WrestleMania. Make sure you keep tuning in to what we got going on. There'll be a PWT podcast or two in between the live shows here, but we're gonna go live twice: Saturday night, April 6th, Sunday night, April 7th, and it will be double headers like WrestleMania. I'm Meltzering out here. Double headers like WrestleMania. I guess we'll go like an hour if we have to, just to kind of summate it all, because I don't want to do it after. We'll just do it. Fuck it, we'll go live. Thank you all for joining in. Paul Nolan, thanks for tuning in. It's like super probably late where you're at, but you were just enjoying steak. You're all energized.
Yeah, it's like 3 a.m. here, but
awesome.
I'm more than happy. I'll be going to bed soon, so a nice way to round off my day.
Well, I just appreciate you, and I can't wait till you're back. We'll hit you up, and maybe, you can just come on the next fucking PWT podcast as well. Hairline, what are you doing, man? You just chilling out?
Well, most of all, I just want to say, if like I had to live in if I had to live in a cabin with Harper for like over 9 months, I get why like I would try to fucking run off and be with my nerdy ass boyfriend and tell him not to be playing D&D with the other fucking nerds.
I'd probably do the same thing at Pro Wrestle Times for all the long form content, the PWT podcast and PWT live show replays. Everything over at Pro Wrestle Times, and then at Pro Wrestle Clips is the main channel. Sorry we didn't eat that punk. We'll do that next time, but you guys didn't ask for it. So I love you all so much. Thanks for tuning in. Appreciate you so much. Until next time.